Russian air raids strike villages outside the Ukrainian capital Kiev as President Putin's forces gather just miles from the city.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Sunday, the 13th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Beth.
Well, we're live across the whole of the UK, of course. We're on your TV, we're on your radio, and we're online worldwide.
Coming up this morning.
Well, as Russian forces close in on Kiev, Ukrainian President Zelensky tells his people that humanitarian aid for the besieged city of Mariupol will get through later on today.
Humanitarian corridors which were agreed upon have worked. 12,729 people were evacuated. The humanitarian aid for Mariupol is to arrive on Sunday afternoon.
Our reporter Paul Hawkins is with us again this morning, this time from Ukraine's border with Romania. We're going to be joining him live.
And after President Biden warned yesterday of the threat facing European stability, we'll go live to the United States and ask how that message is being received over the pond.
And we would love you to get involved, as always, with any of our discussions. Email us gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
Well, events are moving fast in Ukraine on the 18th day of Russia's invasion. It's clear now from multiple sources that Vladimir Putin's forces are gathering on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev.
Russian airstrikes have attacked targets around the capital and elsewhere in the country. The city of Mariupol effectively remains under siege this morning, with inhabitants enduring freezing weather and dwindling supplies of food and water.
Well, meanwhile,
Humanitarian corridors.
Meanwhile, President Zelensky has delivered another defiant video address to his country. He says humanitarian aid is on the way to Mariupol and should reach there this afternoon.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has made another statement saying invaders cannot conquer us, despite thousands continuing to flee the country.
Well, as the humanitarian crisis continues to deepen, the UK government has agreed to pay people here £350 a month if they open their homes to refugees. Well, let's talk to Paul Hawkins, who's on the Ukrainian-Romanian border this morning. And Paul, I mean, that message isn't going to filter down to people there at this point today, but just what is happening in terms of the numbers heading into Romania?
Well, with the latest information we have, Stephen, from the Romanian border police is that, and this is from Thursday, 21,000 Ukrainians entered Romania. That is down 11% on the previous day. 8,000 of them through the border behind me. That's one of several crossings on the Ukrainian-Romanian border. So the total number of people, 344,000 that have entered Romania. 80% of them have left and transited through to other countries, and that leaves 84,000 people in Romania.
So, I mean, it's a lot of people heading in, as we know, and certainly Poland has seen millions head over the border now. But what about smaller countries, places like Moldova? Because, I mean, there's real concern, isn't there, that they just can't cope with the influx?
Yeah, absolutely. Moldova, strong ties historically and economically to Romania. The Moldovan Foreign Minister, Nicu Popescu, has said that the situation there is at breaking point. 100,000 Ukrainians are currently staying in Moldova. Now, that's obviously small in terms of overall numbers when you compare it to other countries, but that represents a 4% increase, in the population of Moldova in 2 weeks. Moldova, a very poor country, not a member of the EU, not a member of NATO. They are really struggling over there with the influx of refugees. Poland as well, we have to say as well, you know, finding it a little bit difficult as well. 1 million refugees are in Poland out of the 1.6 million that have transited into the country. That means Poland's population has gone up by 2% in just 2 weeks. So the humanitarian situation here is really having an impact on Ukraine's neighbours, and we should also add that Moldova as well, very, very, very nervous about Russian activity in Ukraine. When you consider there is a part of Moldova called Transnistria. It's a small strip of land between Ukraine and Moldova. It's just a little bit bigger than, say, Suffolk, to give you an idea of the size. About 500,000 people there. A third of them are ethnic Russian. Now, internationally, it's not recognised as a part of Russia, but it relies heavily on money from the Kremlin. There are 1,300 troops there. A lot of people there are very nervous that, Moldova could be next after Ukraine.
OK, Paul, we're going to catch up with you a little bit later on, but for now, thank you. Well, let's talk to documentary photographer Mads Nissen, who's been covering the war in Ukraine. It's good to see you, Mads. I know we've got some of the pictures that you've taken to show as well to our viewers on TV and online. What did you encounter there? Because you sort of very much look at the human aspect of this, don't you?
Sure. Good morning. So I've been in Lviv on the western side of the country, which is sort of a hub for all the refugees coming from all sorts of city trying to get out. So it's...
OK, apologies. That line's gone down there. Let's bring in some of those pictures, though, if we've got those standing by, because I want to show you what Mads has been... Some of the images he's been taking.
He's one of the best press photographers in the world, actually. He's won World Press Photographer multiple occasions. He won it in 2021 as well.
But these are just show the human misery in all of this. I mean, you can see those just the crowds of people, and it's often the young faces. And these scenes, which would ordinarily be considered extraordinary, and as he said, he's in Lviv, or was in Lviv, which is very close to the Poland border, so there's a lot of people heading into Poland. But it's just an awful situation. I think we've got... did we have a... Oh, I think these have been cut together. So, but there you go, that's the image I was thinking of. Now that, if that doesn't break your heart, nothing will. And seeing funerals going on in the midst of all of this, absolutely horrific. I think we've got that connection back with Mads. Oh, good to see you again. Well, look, we were just looking at some of your images, and some of the most striking, of course, Mads, are those ones involving coffins and people actually saying their goodbyes. It brings it really to focus, doesn't it, exactly what is going on?
Yes, it can be hard sometimes to on the distance to really get that feeling. I was to the funeral of a soldier, Roman, who's 44 years old, leaving behind a wife and 3 children, just in the outskirts of Lviv. He was killed in the Far East where he was fighting. And as you can see in the images, it's really a wide popular support that he and the other fighters receive. The whole village was there to honor what they call their hero. This is the war getting closer and closer, even to the parts that were once safe. You get the alarms more and more. You have airstrikes more and more, and every day everyone is getting ready for even an invasion to the western part of the country.
Is it a difficult balance to hit, Mads, when you're in that sort of environment, to not be too intrusive on people and their personal grief, but whilst also capturing the intimacy of the moment? How do you judge that?
Well, it's a very good question. I think it's the hardest question for any photographer, how to be present, how to be the eyes of the audience without being too intrusive or destroying or just disturbing that very intimate moment when you're saying goodbye to your father or your husband, or even in a very vulnerable position as a refugee. You're just right there, all your guards has been lowered, you're standing there without nothing except your suitcase. Well, what I try to do is get eye contact. Of course, I can ask for permission, but sometimes it's just eye contact. And I think if people do not want themselves to be photographed, it's quite obvious they turn their head around. In most cases, I get people's name, like this girl is Maria, these two girls. And, I have a conversation with people as well. And I'm trying to explain that I'm here only for one purpose alone. That is to tell the story of to the rest of the world. And many of them are really thankful for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, how important is it? Because it's not just about getting facts out there, is it? It's about producing something that we as the rest of the world can associate with, we can make that mental connection with, which obviously produces that empathy which is needed.
I think that's the key to me. There's a lot of information out there. Some of it you can trust, some of you better not. As they say in war, truth is the first victim. No, I think with photography, documentary photography, the key word is empathy. Because if you cannot feel the images, if I cannot feel the images when I take it, if I'm not moved by this funeral of this family and their mourning, then no one will be moved when they see the images. So that is, to me, that's why it's sometimes so exhausting, because you're really trying to receive all that pain and suffering in order to get it out in the images. So hopefully someone will be moved when they see them as well.
Mads Nissen, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
OK, let's bring you up to date with what's going on today now.
Well, the government's offering £350 a month to anyone who opens up their home to Ukrainian refugees for at least 6 months rent-free under the new Homes for Ukraine scheme. Those offering accommodation will be vetted and the applicants will face security checks.
Scottish and Welsh First Ministers say their countries are willing to become so-called super sponsors for those fleeing the invasion. Nicola Sturgeon and Mark Drakeford say it'll enable Ukrainians to enter each country quickly and be housed temporarily while finding longer-term accommodation.
The former Prime Minister of Ukraine says delays in refugees being able to get to the UK could be distracting some of the men left behind fighting Russian forces. Volodymyr Grozman says husbands and fathers will worry about the safety of their families if they're struggling to get visas.
President Zelensky claims Russia is using blackmail and bribery to force local officials to form a pseudo-republic in the southern Kherson region. Local officials say Russia is planning to stage a referendum, but Mr. Zelensky is encouraging Ukrainians to maintain their resistance.
7 people, including women and 1 child, have died trying to escape the village of Peremoa in the Kiev region. Ukraine's defense ministry says Russian forces attacked their convoy, which was not in an agreed evacuation corridor.
Humanitarian aid is expected to arrive in Mariupol this afternoon after being held up overnight due to constant shelling from Russian forces. Local authorities say close to 1,600 civilians have been killed due to the bombardment and a 12-day blockade.
The Prime Minister will host a 2-day summit with Nordic and Baltic leaders from tomorrow. Over dinner at Chequers and meetings in Downing Street, he'll urge them to come together to ensure that no other nations fall victim to Russian aggression.
Hundreds of protesters filled the streets of Westminster with the sound of rape alarms last night as they demanded radical change from the Met Police. Marking just over a year since a serving officer abducted and killed Sarah Everard, activists blocked traffic as they marched from Scotland Yard to Charing Cross Police Station.
It is 6:14 and you're watching Breakfast on GB News, and I'm afraid to say it is one of those days where all the news pretty much seems to be pretty grim, with the situation escalating in Ukraine and the Russian forces, according to multiple sources now, really gathering just a few miles from Kiev. It does make for a very bleak picture, doesn't it? And I think it's when you see not only what is happening there, but what is happening on the borders and with those refugees. If it doesn't touch your heartstrings, I think there's something very wrong.
Yeah, in a way, it doesn't matter to this extent as we're going on to day 18 now, whether you feel that there's any justification from Putin, given the history of these two countries and they've been at war for 8 years. We just didn't know about it. It was just 18 days ago when that was ramped up into a greater area of Ukraine. But the humanitarian cost, the families, we'll be talking to Paul Hawkins again as the programme goes on, but I'm just sort of fascinated, like as a mum, seeing the kids, like when the mums have got winter coats over their arms, you know, like when you take the kids out to the park and you gather up the coats and you think, God, imagine if you're just walking out and you don't know when you're going to come back. It's the combinations of that political with the personal. It's just incredibly touching.
Yeah, it's an awful situation. But I will be intrigued to know what you think of this new government scheme, Homes for Ukraine. So if you pass the security checks and you say you will house a Ukrainian refugee for 6 months or more, rent-free, the government will pay you £350 a month. Now, will that cover all your costs? Probably not. But it will certainly make a significant contribution. Will you do that? Is that the sort of thing that you would be prepared to do? It's quite right that the government should compensate as best it can under the circumstances, but I'd love to know if you would be willing to open up your home and with that little bit of an incentive in mind. GBViews at gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us, of course, at GBnews.
OK, coming up, we're going to be speaking to a security specialist about food security and refugees' safety. Stay with us.
Let's have a look at the weather for you then, and the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. Now, the southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers, the showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for northeast England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later. As you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
That you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 6:20. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev live across the UK on your TV and on your radio.
Now, as the Russian invasion of Ukraine enters its 18th day, diplomatic avenues appear to have stalled, with major security concerns around food security and the refugees becoming ever more prevalent globally.
Well, let's get an overview on the latest and talk to security expert Will Geddes. Good to see you this morning, Will. I mean, look, what's your assessment of where we are at this stage? I mean, we've got these humanitarian corridors which don't seem to be working particularly effective. We've got Putin having negotiations with world leaders but not getting anywhere. It can't come as much of a surprise.
No, I don't think it really comes as any surprise, Stephen. I think even the optimism that this was going to be a fast invasion by Russia shouldn't be necessarily seen as an optimistic aspect. I think a lot of analysts have looked at the situation and said, well, it would seem that Putin probably put in some of his softer troops, some of his younger, less experienced troops, to soften up the Ukrainian positions, to do the reconnaissance, to find out how they would resist. And now we're seeing a much stronger element and front of the Russian military beginning to move in. But inevitably, where the great concern is the fact that these humanitarian corridors, which are supposedly agreed in some form of a ceasefire, are just not being respected. But to cut off the supplies of food, water, electricity to various parts that they are taking was somewhat inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, do you think, I mean, I know he's not followed the sort of playbook that perhaps everyone was expecting at the beginning, but can you still see a pattern here in how he's operating?
Well, only in so much as I think initially a lot of people thought he was going to take the Donbass region. Luhansk and Donetsk were going to be the areas which were seen to be extremely pro-Russian, much like the Crimea, and these could have been taken and then annexed. But it's evident that he wants to take the entire country. He started trying to create or begin the startings of referendums, certainly in the northeast area. He has to take, obviously, Kiev if he needs to succeed, but whether succession or succeeding is really the key point here, because the Ukraine are certainly putting up an enormous resistance. Their fighters are putting up great resistance. You know, the comment yesterday about Russia seeing the supplies of armaments to Ukraine by the West as viable targets, well, I don't think that comes as any surprise to anybody.
No, I mean, admittedly, the West has been treading a bit of a fine line with that one, hasn't it? Look, the issue here would seem to be, I mean, and perpetually for Putin in all of this, even if he goes in, even if he decides to raise cities like Kiev to the ground, how on earth is he going to, in the long term, hold a country the size of Ukraine? Can he even attempt to?
I think it's going to be virtually impossible, Stephen. I think that the problem that we have here is this is simply going to move to an insurgency level. And he's had experience of that. In Georgia, has had experience in Chechnya. It's going to become incredibly messy. So his sort of outright everybody surrenders, there's no evidence of anybody in Ukraine, let alone the politicians, going to agree to that. This is going to become very, very messy. And where I think we've got to be very cautious is the supplies into Ukraine by the West, which are seen as viable targets, which, when we say viable targets, doesn't mean necessarily destruction. It could mean capture by Russia and utilize themselves or added to their armaments.
Will, what do you think is the best realistic outcome now? Because it's very difficult to see where this is going to go. As you say, most predictions at the beginning. If you take the speech that Putin gave, the hour-long monologue on the eve of invading the country, he set out effectively 3 criteria, didn't he? That Russia should never have given up Ukraine in the first place. It should always have belonged to Russia. That it was corrupt with a shrinking economy, and he had to go in there and help the Ukrainians and to help the Russian inhabitants in Ukraine, and that he was threatened by the Western meddling on the border with missile positions and Ukraine flirting with the idea of joining NATO. In my mind, I keep going back to that speech and thinking, has he just changed those goalposts as he's got more emboldened and not being stopped? Or can we return to that and find some grain of how this might end?
Well, it's a great question, Bev, and I wish I had the answer to it. I think we have to look at all the component parts, and I think that speech, as you say, that Putin delivered was very, very revealing about potentially what his bigger plan was. I think in terms of a mission creep in moving into other non-NATO partner countries may have been hindered somewhat by Ukraine's resistance to this situation. But I can't see Ukraine relinquishing anything willingly to Putin. And I was having this conversation with someone yesterday, and the biggest challenge that you have with someone like Putin, who is a very powerful, very driven, very directed individual, whether that be a good thing or bad thing, and inevitably we are all deeming this to be bad, but, to be completely devil's advocate, there are 2 sides to every story, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. So we have to kind of drill down to find out exactly what it is Putin's objectives are, but look at some kind of concession that Ukraine would be willing to agree to. But I can't see that happening, if I'm absolutely honest with you. They're also stepping back from the Iran nuclear agreement with France and Germany. And he's made it very clear to Macron that he doesn't want to stop anytime soon in terms of his advances in Ukraine. So I wish I had that answer, Beth.
What about the China situation, Will, in all of this? Because obviously there's been a great deal of concern about the ties between Russia and China, the possibility of creating an economic bloc. But China does seem to be taking, at least on the diplomatic front, a bit of a step backwards.
Yeah, they're taking a very, very quiet position. And we're some of us within our sector are watching China very, very carefully. Because, our eye could be taken off the ball in terms of what Russia's doing and not necessarily notice what China might be doing. I mean, there are huge concerns about their potential invasion into Taiwan. That has always been on their sort of playbook list, if you like. So they are going to forge a very strong partnership with Russia. I think where we all feel very concerned, inevitably, beyond Ukraine is to the Russian people, who are appearing to not be willingly engaged in supporting their leader, who are going to be suffering very, very badly, not just now, but into the future by the actions of their president.
OK. Will Geddes, good to talk to you. Thank you. Lots
you.
of you getting in touch when it comes to all of this. Putin would not have invaded Ukraine if he didn't believe he had power over European economies by virtue of oil and gas resources, says David Stark. I imagine he probably did think that. It's interesting, isn't it, that a lot of people, a lot of major countries, including the UK, are now saying no more oil coming here from Russia. That's all being blocked. I think it's blocked in the United States as well. And of course, I thought our gas supplies are pretty limited compared to a lot of European countries. They're taking action as well. So perhaps we've called his bluff on that one.
We mentioned this government initiative to give anybody £350 a month if they're taking a Ukrainian refugee into their homes. And Laurie from Durham, thank you, Laurie, has got in touch to say, why don't we let the refugees live in these mansions that the Russians own?
Well,
a bit mischievous, but I like your thinking.
Yeah. Samantha says £350 is not enough for a whole family. No, it's not, is it really, Samantha? But, what I'm not clear on, and I need to look this up, is exactly what the £350 covers. It will be for certain numbers of people, so we need to get a bit more of a breakdown on that. But it's not a huge amount of money. It is a contribution, I guess.
There's Laurie kind of talking about whether we let the refugees live in the Russian mansions. I know that he or she's having a little fun with that, but I've been quite curious about the legal position at the moment, what's going on, particularly in relation to Chelsea, and we're going to be talking to a lawyer a bit later, actually. We'll explain what some of these sort of sanctions and implications, particularly for Russian people in this country, how our law and our legal system might allow those to happen or not. Looking forward to talking to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, because in essence, everything is frozen, isn't it? Rather than I don't think we've actually seized anything in that sense. It's just things are frozen. What happens in the future, though, is another question. Look, keep your thoughts coming through, gbviews@gbnews.uk. And coming up, we'll see what the papers make of all of this. We'll be talking to Mariana Hossa and Tom Slater.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
At 6:32, you're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev on your TV, on your radio and online.
OK, let's take a look at today's front pages. The Sunday Times this morning says Putin has wiped out an entire city. Ukrainian President Zelensky has accused the Kremlin of waging a war of annihilation, as the governor says Volnovakha no longer exists.
The Sunday Telegraph says people will be allowed to sponsor named Ukrainian individuals or families to stay in their homes as the government departs from its earlier approach to the refugee crisis.
It's hell here is the headline of The Independent, with the people of Mariupol describing how they've survived 2 weeks in a city under siege.
Levelling Up Secretary Michael Gove wants to seize the mansions of Russian oligarchs to house Ukrainian refugees, which is exactly what Laurie from Durham was suggesting. Good on you, Laurie.
Caring Brits are urged to house Ukrainians in their darkest hour. Big-hearted Britons will get £350 a month as a thank you for opening their homes to refugees.
Taking a departure from Ukraine, the Daily Star Sunday has an intergalactic exclusive as a reader claims he was visited by real-life men in black after he told police that he'd seen a UFO.
I wonder who they were.
I don't know.
Maybe it's just police officers in black uniform.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I'd love to.
Did you know, I saw a thing. We are going to come to our lovely guest in a moment, but I saw a thing recently about the majority of people who spot UFOs have been drinking conclusively.
Are you not a UFO believer?
Depends how much I've had to drink. Then I'll believe anything.
The truth is out there, ladies and gentlemen. It's out there. Let's go through the papers then with anthropologist Mariana Hossa and Tom Slater from Spiked Online. Good to see you both this morning. Let's talk Volnovakha in the Sunday Times, Tom, the city which it is claimed Putin has now completely levelled.
Yes, so Volodymyr Zelensky has accused Russia of waging a war of annihilation in this eastern city in Ukraine. The images from there are absolutely horrific. The bombardment, there's shades of what Russia, the sort of war that Russia prosecuted in Chechnya and in Syria. And a lot of concern now about what will be the fate of the other cities in Ukraine. There's obviously been even more concerning developments overnight. There was that phone call yesterday between Vladimir Putin and the French President Emmanuel Macron, as well as the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, where he apparently showed no willingness to end the war, to come to some sort of ceasefire. And now all eyes are on Kiev, which appears to be being encircled by Russian forces as well. So hardly any cheery news in the papers this morning. But as we're moving into that 18th day of the invasion, it seems like Putin is becoming potentially more desperate but more brutal in that desperation, it seems like.
But I think also in terms of where his artillery are, where the military supplies are, you know, the kind of backup of supply chains. And there was that episode earlier this week between Poland and the US about whether they were or weren't going to be sending jet fighters to support the Ukrainian Air Force. And you know, lots of commentators were saying, actually, you know, a handful of jets isn't going to make that much difference. But strategically, I'm told, I'm not a military expert, but I'm told that that was potentially an opportunity where you've got that kind of column of Russian military hardware heading towards those positions around Kiev. You can target them because they're all in one place. At this point, they've kind of dispersed to the different positions so that they can actually encircle, potentially besiege, potentially, you know, rain down fire on Kiev. You know, we've got almost 2.5 million refugees, as well as the displaced people within Ukraine, as well as the people who are stuck in besieged Mariupol, who are having to drink water from their own radiators at this point. So, I mean, it's a blow-by-blow account, isn't it? I think that's the thing that is so horrific and compelling about this, that we're seeing every single episode being played out right in front of us.
Yeah. We really are. We're getting more detail on this conflict than we have from many others. What's in the Mail on Sunday, Marianne?
So this is Michael Gove's suggestion that we should seize luxury mansions that oligarchs own in the UK and use them to house fleeing Ukrainian refugees. Now, on one level, I feel like this is the kind of... That's not a bad idea, except that you kind of go, well, how many pints have you had? Because how does this actually work?
Michael Gove said.
And it's not a tit-for-tat thing. I mean, if we ought to be seizing assets from oligarchs because it's kleptocratic money, then by all means, go ahead and do that. But follow legal and due process.
It's a vote-winning comment, isn't it? And I know Laurie suggested it earlier on GBNews, and you can see why it's appealing. You can see why it sounds appealing. But the reality is, even if they could do this, even if they went through due process and could do it, how many people could they actually house? 100?
It's utterly daft. I know. And what is who is it who's helping these refugees who now waft around in a mansion in, you know, the darkest depths of Suffolk? It just doesn't make any sense at all.
And it's classic, like you say, Stephen, it's vote-winning. But they've obviously done a bit of a poll and they've asked people what we should do, and then Michael Gove has come out and said something.
But they've asked them down the pub.
Exactly, but appease the masses, just tell them what they want to say. I just think that kind of statement from a politician is just really patronising for real people.
What do you reckon, Tom?
Want more?
No, I think it's just kind of overcompensating for how dreadful the rollout of the refugee scheme has been. You know, you're going to seize all these mansions, you haven't got any refugees to put in them at this point. I mean, as of a couple of days ago, we'd only granted about 1,000 visas so far. But other part of the Mail story, of course, is this rollout of this £350 a month scheme whereby anyone in Britain who wants to house a refugee family, they can, if they sign up for 6 months, and then they get this £350 each month. I mean, given what we were working with last week, this is a welcome move. It's much more generous than it was previously, where it was very limited to people who had family here. But again, you know, across the EU, they've just waived all visa restrictions for 3 years because we're in a crisis. And yet what we have is a scheme which will, you know, of course, you'll see a lot of very generous people coming forward to use it. But again, it has to be kind of funneled through this kind of very slightly bureaucratic process.
Yeah, but I mean, is there an argument to say, look, I mean, you've got the Schengen Agreement over there. We haven't anymore. So isn't it right that we get people onto this island? I mean, we want to be generous, but you've still got to check who's coming in.
Well, it depends whether it's a security concern or whether you're, kind of attempting to stand by the principles that you were elected on, and which was controlling our borders and stopping those people coming here. And the thing is, if we're talking about housing refugees and the British people being warm-hearted, being welcoming, wanting to give people a chance, that refugees are welcome, that this is part of what made our nation great, Ukrainians are not the only refugees who are desperately fleeing in fear with nothing except what they can carry, with their children on their arms. What about all the people that we have absolutely forsaken in Afghanistan? What about all those Sudanese people who are, facing death, certain death if they go home? And what we as a nation have said is, we don't want you here. Just because they're Ukrainian doesn't mean that they're more important refugees than all the other millions of people who are refugees in the world. And I think one of the things that really troubles me about the way this story is being played out, and now, the papers today are all full of, aren't we amazing folk here in Britain? Great. I mean, there are many amazing people in our country, and I'm just, for the GB viewers who are about to tweet me, I'm proud to be British. Yes, I am. But
there's a level of hypocrisy and double standards.
It's so hypocritical, and it's racist. You've got to call it out. It is racist. Because what? Because they're white? Because it's a Christian country? It's different? It's not different. When you're fleeing for your life, you're fleeing for your life. It doesn't matter the colour of your skin. It doesn't matter your creed. We either offer a safe haven and a home, or we don't, and we should just be upfront about it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, look, fair point.
Love it.
Fair point. Tom.
Mega truth bomb from Mary-Ann there. Love that.
Independent, looking at Mariupol, I mean, Mary-Ann mentioned the conditions there. I mean, it seems like they're literally, they're not just trying to bomb them out, they're trying to starve them out now.
Yeah, I mean, a living hell is the headline here, looking at a particular story of people who are trapped in Mariupol, as Mary-Ann was saying, tapping their radiators in order to be able to drink water, cooking on fires, living underground, effectively. This particular story talks to a 19-year-old welder and his family. They're currently one of 200 people who are living in a church, which has actually already been partially bombed out. It's just absolutely horrific scenes, obviously coming last week off of that maternity hospital, which were targeted by what people believe might have been thermobaric weapons. It's just absolutely awful, and especially given the fact that it seems like Russia is continually not keeping up its end of the bargain in relation to those civilian corridors, so people can even get out. They're just stuck there. Again, not only kind of facing an uncertain fate because of the shelling and because of the military operations, but even just being able to eat and drink and access medicine. It's absolutely awful.
I mean, it is such a shocking situation. And does this highlight, I mean, you talk about our attitude to refugees, does this highlight that some of the difference, at least, that we are seeing, that we can relate more to this, can't we? We're seeing people living in houses which we could live in over here, being bombed and being displaced. And I mean, there is that... there's an easier association, isn't there?
Yeah, and I guess, a few weeks ago you could have gone to Kiev on holiday, you could have, jumped on a kind of a cheap flight and gone for your stag do or what have you, or family holiday. There is some of that. There is some of that. But again, I mean, it speaks to my previous point, which is that suggests then we've got a lack of imagination and a lack of...
compassion.
Sort of global literacy, that we kind of go, oh, well, they're like us, so they're all right, they're the good guys. And obviously there is that angle as well, that sort of Ukraine versus Russia feels perhaps much more of an obvious, there's the bad guys and the good guys.
Isn't it, in a way?
The David and Goliath. But I think that probably speaks to a lack of compassion on our part, that we can't imagine ourselves into
it's also
an apartment in Syria in Homs that used to exist.
It's also very much about us. It's about the media. It's about how we've portrayed wars over the years, and it's about how this war is also being portrayed now. I think, as an anthropologist, it must be a very interesting time to be alive for you, isn't it?
Interesting in not a great way. Yeah. And I think it does make you reflect. I think that's one of the things about this 24-hour news cycle, the way this story is being told, that there's lots of those first-person sort of human interest. That's kind of what they call it in the media. You know, those kind of like colourful accounts of, you know, the girl who last week used to be a kind of hair and makeup blogger, now standing there with an AK-47, and, you know, we kind of go, oh, that could be my daughter. And there are those things that form that human connection and that helps you put yourself in someone else's shoes. But we just need to be a little bit better at that to kind of do it when the person doesn't, obviously, in very obvious ways, necessarily look like us. But they are exactly the same. And someone standing in Yemen weeping over their dead children is exactly the same as someone doing it in Ukraine.
It's a fair point. It is a fair point. Marianne Hosser, Tom Slater, we'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Thank you. Now, at 6:45, Joe Biden has warned that a direct conflict between Russia and NATO would amount to World War III.
In the latest defence of not setting up a no-fly zone in Ukraine, he says, though, that the US will defend every inch of NATO territory. He must strive to prevent World War III.
Well, let's talk to US political commentator Scotty Nell Hughes. Good to see you this morning, Scotty. Look, what do you make of the rhetoric? I know you're not particularly a Biden fan, are you? But what do you make of the rhetoric here?
Well, good morning. And I just want to say I really appreciate the conversation that I was able to overhear of Marianne in this last guest. I think those are the type of conversations that we need to be having in the world. That's the type of words that need to be spoken. And rhetoric, bringing in things like World War III, especially from the leader of a strong country like the United States or the UK that would bring that in, doesn't help the situation, because I think right now all of our conversations, all of the language being used from leaders involved of those countries should be geared towards one ultimate goal, which is peace within the area. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that after, 18 days of it. And now the United States overnight has now had an attack on our consulate in Iran or in Iraq from the Iranians. So now we have our own new issue that the White House isn't responding back to. So obviously things on the global scene right now are continuing to heat up, continuing to escalate, and adding in the threat of bringing in World War III, which we all know in those situations, it's the people the people that suffer, not necessarily the politicians, does not help bring and achieve the ultimate goal, which should be peace.
How is this working out for Biden out there, Scotty? Because in a time of conflict, some leaders do incredibly well. They can sort of bask in a sort of a reflected glory in a way, if they can, especially this is a war by proxy effectively with the West. Is Biden doing well in the eyes of the American public? What are the optics on it?
Well, right now, unfortunately, even going into this, we already saw the average American suffering, whether we're talking about gas prices or the cost of living. But unfortunately, over the last 2.5 weeks, we are now seeing the record high amount of gas prices here in the United States going into the heavy holiday season, going into getting to work. And we're talking, it's not just like $1 or $2. This is having severe impacts on family budgets, on business budgets, on our trucking industry. And so it's not going well, even domestically here at home. When you're talking about gas prices being $5 to $6, when on average at this point, even just a year ago, we were looking at close to $2, $2.40. We're seeing almost double, if not 60 to 70% more. That can take a major toll, especially when you're already dealing with an economic situation of high inflation. Obviously, there's a crunch right now with the banks. There's a shortage of supply as we still have not fixed our supply kinks coming off the pandemic. There's a lot of issues, and this is not stemming from, this is not helping Biden, except in the fact that right now Americans are rallying, whether you're on the right or the left, rallying behind this cry of bringing, helping the Ukrainians. The question is, does it help the Ukrainians by continuing an ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine? Or is it better if we start actually as the West, instead of uniting the East, which is what is happening right now, making this an East versus West war, maybe we actually try to have conversations to bring real peace to the ground? Because like I said, it's the people in Ukraine that are suffering right now. It's the people in Russia that are going to suffer from these continued sanctions. But the politicians don't really care about that with their rhetoric.
But is that a fair assessment? Because certainly over here, people have been talking. I mean, President Macron seems to be permanently on the phone to President Putin, and the German Chancellor joined in that call yesterday. And look, they've come out of it saying Putin doesn't want peace at this stage. He's not prepared to talk anymore about this. So, I mean, what are the other options that someone like Biden could deal with?
Well, see, and that's what I think also a part of the issue is that we're not really getting a clear channel of communication going right now. Because yes, and President Macron, obviously the German Chancellor, they've been a part of these conversations even prior, saying let's stop this before it starts. Unfortunately, you also have the Prime Minister of Israel talking with Russia, and at the same time, I don't think the demands from Russia have changed from even prior to it. All they're asking for is Ukraine to remain neutral, to not join NATO, which would actually allow NATO to have full control of the entire side of Russia's border. And they're asking for the killing in the Donbass region to stop of those that want to be separatist and to recognize those two states. Those were really the two issues going into it. And at the last part I saw 5 days ago, the Kremlin's last official record was this will stop. The last bullet will stop flying if we can still agree to those terms. And there's been this back and forth between Zelensky and Ukraine saying, yes, let's do it. Unfortunately, something continues to almost stop that dialogue by happening. I think, as much as I appreciate what the Russians and Germans are doing, let's get Zelensky, let's get Putin on the phone. Let them talk it out. It's their two countries. It's their two, it's those two are the ones that should broker peace, and the outside should just encourage it. It's these outside factors that unfortunately I feel like sometimes are turning up the heat.
I think a lot of us share that frustration, Scotty, from the outside. We just think just communication has surely got to be a way to find some sort of resolution. There's a big conversation going on here today in the UK about whether Brits should be taking Ukrainian refugees into our houses and the government subsidising that. America is clearly a much further away place from Ukraine than the UK is. But is that something that's in the media there, in the narrative at all, that American families might welcome Ukrainian refugees?
Well, and I will go along with my colleague Marianne there in the conversation she was having. Yes, that is something that's happening here in the U.S., but the U.S. as well as the U.K. is known for having refugees. And so what should make the difference between Ukrainians or those from Somalia, those happening in Sudan, everything that's happening within Afghanistan and Syria currently right now? And here in the United States, we still have a major problem happening in our southern border. So those sorts of things right now are issues that I think we should be concerned about. But here's the thing, let's try not to get to that point. I think the fact when you're moving people into homes, whether they're Russian oligarchs or other members welcoming, let's try to avoid it. That's making it sound like this is going to be a long going. And unfortunately, we do have a history in this world of having 20-year wars like we just saw with the end of Afghanistan. Let's not create that type of scenario where we can move into that. Let's actually encourage more peace and people to stay in their own homes and make them feel safe in their own homes in Ukraine. Because I guarantee that's where they want to be. They don't want to come over into these other countries. They want to stay within their area. So let's try to promote that instead of talking about World War III happening like the United States president just did.
OK, Scotty Hughes, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you. Well, the Ukraine crisis has seen millions flee their homes to neighbouring countries, Poland alone accepting nearly 1.5 million Ukrainians into its society.
It's already creating new pressures on public services and housing, but Poles seem to be taking it in their stride so far. But how long can that last?
Well, GB News presenter Isabel Oakeshott has travelled to Warsaw on a trip put on by the UK Parliament's all-party group on Poland, and she spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister to find out how the country is coping with the influx of refugees.
I slept only 2 hours because I was at the railway station discussing how we can improve the system to welcome refugees, because there is a tension, there is a lot of problems, but we are solving this problem all the time. So anyway, that's why I'm tired and I can't speak English.
1.5 million refugees have now poured across the border from Ukraine into your country. This is already a huge crisis for Poland. How much worse do you think it could get?
My się spodziewamy, że może być znacznie więcej uchodźców.
We think that there might be 4 or 5 million refugees coming, in comparison to the number we have seen so far today.
5 milionów, ale to 1,5 miliona.
To put that into context, The immigration crisis we saw in 2015 saw that amount come to Europe in just 1 year.
Przybyło w ciągu roku do Polski w 2 tygodnie.
Do you think other countries are doing enough to help in this crisis with the refugees?
Po pierwsze, faktycznie jest wielka mobilizacja.
Firstly, there has been an amazing effort by the Polish people, our NGOs and the Polish state that has allowed us to accommodate this additional 1.5 million people.
Rządów lokalnych.
We have a similar culture to Ukraine, so it has been relatively easy for us to do this. And we have had experience of economic migration from Ukraine in recent years, and we've accommodated around the same amount of Ukrainians in that. I hope that you have had a similar experience with Poles in Britain.
Do you know how many refugees the UK has taken so far?
Nie wiem jak to będzie, bo w tej chwili część tej fali.
I don't know. Some refugees have asked us how they can get to Western Europe, and we have been trying to provide them with transport there. But the Western countries are more interested in declarations than actual deeds. We are having to accommodate refugees in our sports arenas, while Europe's politicians debate whether to let them in or not.
Natomiast nie przekłada to się na konkretne rozwiązania.
Let me tell you that the UK has so far taken less than 1,000 refugees from Ukraine. How do you feel about that?
No, mam nadzieję, że będzie lepiej.
I would not say this is a crisis. This is the result of the cruel war that is happening in Ukraine. It's not a crisis for us.
Oczywiście, że my spodziewamy się, że zwłaszcza nasi przyjaciele.
I am sure that our Western friends, the Brits for example, will help us with the effort to help Ukraine, both in a humanitarian sense and in terms of helping the Ukrainian army and military to defend their country.
I pomagać Ukrainie.
Do you feel disappointed by the reaction of allies in this crisis? Do you feel let down?
Rozczarowanie w polityce.
Disappointment in politics is not a pleasant feeling, but we are realistic, so we don't feel disappointed. This war is a result of neglect shown by European leaders and the European Union.
To jest bardzo trudna decyzja. To musi być decyzja wszystkich krajów NATO.
The question of a no-fly zone is a very tough decision to make. It should be a collective decision of NATO, because as the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland, I could not say.
Zająć tutaj jasnego stanowiska. Chciałbym.
We offered to give up our fighter jets to NATO to be passed on to Ukraine, but we need a collective decision from NATO to do that.
Licząc właśnie na decyzję kolektywną.
Do you fear that if President Putin gets away with these actions in Ukraine, that he could ultimately threaten Poland?
Mój kraj już jest.
We are already threatened by Putin. It's not a case of will we be threatened, we already are. And if we are threatened, the whole of NATO and the whole of Eastern Europe is threatened.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear his perspective on it, particularly on the NATO issue, actually. Look, lots of your thoughts coming through this morning. Lorraine from Lymington has been in touch. Morning to you, Lorraine. I would help anyone under these awful circumstances of fleeing for your life without money from the government. Gerard Morris, though, isn't so keen. It's the cost, he says, with everything going up, £350 a month wouldn't even cover the rent, so I wouldn't put up a room for refugees. Well, look, you're entitled to your opinion. It's not for everyone.
No. You'd also presume they're not just going to come here and expect you to pay for everything, are they? If a family arrives, if they have access to their own funds still.
If they do,
the chances are, you know, maybe it's just contributory. They probably just want a safe, welcoming house to go to, don't they, and a warm meal.
We shall see. I mean, it's a tough call. It's a tough call.
Yeah, it is.
Look, we're going to be talking to Paul Hawkins in Romania at the top of the hour with the very latest. But first, here's your forecast. Let's have a look at the weather for you then. And the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. Now, the southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers. The showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for North East England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later, as you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
Right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Russian air raids strike villages outside the Ukrainian capital Kiev as President Putin's forces gather just miles from the city.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock. No, it isn't, it's 7:02 on Sunday the 13th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
Well, we're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, on your radio and online.
Coming up this morning.
Well, as Russian forces close in on Kiev, Ukrainian President Zelensky
humanitarian
will get through later on today.
Our reporter Paul Hawkins is for us once again out there on Ukraine's border with Romania. We're going to be joining him live soon.
Good morning, we're live at Sighetu Marmatie, one of the major crossings between Ukraine and Romania. Coming up, we'll have all the latest on the humanitarian situation.
And after the Premier League removed Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich as a director of the club, we'll be asking about the legality of the move.
If you want to get involved with any of our discussions, email us on gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews. We would love to hear from you.
Well, of course, events are moving pretty fast in Ukraine. It is the 18th day of Russia's invasion, and it's clear now from multiple sources that President Putin's forces are gathering on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev.
Russian airstrikes have attacked targets around the capital and elsewhere in the country. The city of Mariupol effectively remains under siege, with inhabitants enduring freezing weather and dwindling supplies of food and water.
Well, meanwhile, Ukraine's President Zelensky has delivered another defiant video address. He says humanitarian aid is on the way to Mariupol and should get there this afternoon.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has also said that invaders cannot conquer us, despite thousands continuing to flee the country.
Well, as that humanitarian crisis grows, the UK government has agreed to pay people £350 a month to open up their homes to refugees. Let's talk to Paul Hawkins, who's in Romania again for us this morning. And this really is a crisis, isn't it, Paul, where some countries are really coping with this huge influx of refugees because it's more problematic for others.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Morning, Stephen. Morning, Bev. To give you an example, Poland, 1 million Ukrainians are now currently in Poland out of the 1.6 million that came across the border. And that means that Poland's population has grown by 2% in just 2 weeks. And we know from having spoken to locals in and around the border area when we were there a few days ago that they were worried about not so much the refugee registration centres, not so much about giving someone a bed to sleep for the night, but finding them permanent and semi-permanent homes. However, the situation in Moldova, which is a much smaller country, much poorer, not a member of the EU, not a member of NATO, they are really worried about the situation there. The Moldovan Foreign Minister, Nicu Popescu, said that the country is at breaking point. There are 100,000 Ukrainians in the country at the moment, and that means Moldova's population has grown by 4% in the last 2 weeks. So really difficult. And to give you an idea of what that would mean in the UK, if the UK population were to increase by 4%, that would mean 2.5 million Ukrainian refugees coming to the country in 2 weeks. So that gives you an idea of the scale of the problem that Moldova is facing with very little money there. They are a relatively poor country and they have been doing some sterling work, doing the very best they can, but they're reaching the point now where they really need more international assistance, and they're also worried about the threat in Moldova from Russia, given it was formerly a part of the Soviet Union, and like Ukraine, it has aspirations to join the European Union. So they're worried that Vladimir Putin may turn next towards Moldova, potentially taking advantage of the situation in a little strip of land between Ukraine and Moldova called Transnistria, where there's a third of the population is ethnic Russian, and there are already 1,300 troops there. He may use that as an excuse to then turn towards Moldova. So they're worried there about the situation militarily and politically from Vladimir Putin, and they're also worried about trying to deal with the humanitarian situation right now.
Paul, you're doing an amazing job this weekend, and we've seen you in Hungary, in Poland, and now in Romania. How do those countries compare in terms of their readiness to accept these people?
I would say that all three countries are, so in Poland, so they are coping very, very well with the humanitarian situation on the border. As I say, in the first few days, hours, and the first week that Ukrainians arrive in the country, they're coping very well. But as I said, semi-permanent and permanent accommodation and more longer-term plans are more difficult, and that's why people are having to go further afield to places like Germany, France, Spain, etc., and possibly even the UK with this new scheme that the government has announced this morning. In Hungary, the registration centres for refugees tended to be further away from the border, and there was some criticism of the Hungarian authorities that they were spending too much time trying to check visas and do the paperwork there. But Hungary's been a country that's very anti-refugee, anti-immigration. They've dismantled their asylum system, really, so there are only 2 asylum reception centres in the country at the moment, and they've had to kind of rebuild it in a very short space of time so they can process that paperwork at the border. But refugees are then taken away from there to registration centres further away. Here in Romania, it's similar to Poland, as you can see from around me, the tents that have sprung up near the border. It's a similar situation there, and here they don't have the numbers of people that they do in Poland, and also the people that come here. 80% of them are transiting on to other countries as well. So Romania, Hungary and Poland, they're all dealing with it in their own way, but this situation is only going to get worse. The UN says that 4 million people eventually are going to leave Ukraine. That number could go higher, and they all need somewhere to go in the short term and possibly the longer term, because we don't know where this war is going and when it's going to end.
OK, look, Paul, for now, thank you. And on that very issue, it's worth pointing out that Scottish and Welsh First Ministers say their countries are willing to become so-called super sponsors for those who are fleeing the invasion. Nicola Sturgeon and Mark Drakeford say that it will enable Ukrainians to enter each country quickly and be housed temporarily while finding longer-term accommodation.
A former Prime Minister of Ukraine says that delays in refugees being able to get to the UK could be distracting some of the men left behind fighting Russian forces. Volodymyr Grossman says that husbands and fathers will worry about the safety of their families if they are struggling to get visas.
President Zelensky says Russia is using blackmail and bribery to force local officials to form a pseudo-republic in the southern Kherson region. Local officials say Russia is planning to stage a referendum, but Mr. Zelensky is encouraging Ukrainians to maintain their resistance.
7 people, including women and 1 child, have died trying to escape the village of Peremoa in the Kiev region. Ukraine's defense ministry says Russian forces attacked their convoy, which was not in an agreed evacuation corridor.
Humanitarian aid is expected to arrive in Mariupol this afternoon. It's been held up overnight because of constant shelling from Russian forces. Local authorities say around 1,600 civilians have been killed due to the bombardment and a 12-day blockade.
Boris Johnson will host a 2-day summit with Nordic and Baltic leaders from tomorrow over dinner at Chequers and meetings in Downing Street. He'll urge them to come together to ensure no other nations fall victim to Russian aggression.
Hundreds of protesters have filled the streets of Westminster with the sound of rape alarms as they demanded radical change from the Metropolitan Police, marking just over a year since a serving officer abducted and killed Sarah Everard. Activists blocked traffic as they marched from Scotland Yard to Charing Cross Police Station. Well, as that war in Ukraine escalates, President Biden is warning that World War III could happen if NATO and Russia clash in direct conflict.
Joining us now to talk about this is Scott Lucas, Professor Emeritus of International Politics at the University of Birmingham. Good morning, Scott. What do you think his comments tell us exactly at this point? What should we be reading into this?
No, personally, I try to avoid talk of World War III. I'm not ready to go into the bunker yet. But I think President Biden is referring to a notable escalation, first of all, within Ukraine, which is the expansion of the Russian bombing and shelling into the west of the country, including this morning, only about 25 kilometers, 15 miles from the Polish border, hitting a military facility. Now, that's still within Ukraine, but the second part of Biden's statement is really sort of a warning to Russia. Don't cross the border into Poland. Don't hit a NATO country or threaten a NATO country like the Baltic states. It's bad enough that you've invaded Ukraine and we're going to meet you there. We're not going to let this go unchecked, but we're not going to use direct military force inside Ukraine. So we don't want you using military force against any of the countries around it.
I mean, it is interesting rhetoric, isn't it? And a lot of people would say it's not particularly helpful, but he does have to make clear, doesn't he, that, you know, and I think, to be fair, they have already, that, you know, they are absolutely concrete in their agreement to Article 5, and they Article 5 would be deployed if a single Russian foot steps over into a NATO country.
Oh, absolutely. That collective defense, which is the fundamental of NATO since it was set up in 1949, has to remain in place, or Vladimir Putin could feel like he could move across a number of countries in Eastern Europe, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland itself. And Putin has already carried out a form of warfare against some of these countries with cyber attacks, with economic sabotage over the past 15 years. So you have to draw the line there. But I think also Biden's drawing another line without saying it explicitly. The Americans have been criticized, I think rightly, for not supporting the transfer of Polish jets to Ukraine. However, the U.S. and other countries have supplied more than 20,000 anti-tank missiles. They've supplied anti-aircraft missiles. And he's really saying to the Russians implicitly, we're not going to stop that military assistance. We're not going to stop the Ukrainians from defending themselves, even if you threaten our countries nearby.
Scott, you're an expert on international conflict. Let me ask you this question. Why now? Why has President Putin chosen to escalate the conflicts and animosity between these two countries, which has been going on for 8 years? Why has he turned the volume up on this now?
Well, I think there's two starting points for me. And I think the first is very important because quite often you'll hear people say, oh, it's the fault of NATO because they took in members like the Baltic states. It's the fault of the West for surrounding Russia. That's not it. First reason, Vladimir Putin, as he has written, as he has said, wants Ukraine to be part of Greater Russia. He wants that government to fall. He wants to take over most of the country as his second reason, legacy. This is an old guy. He's 69 years old. He's been in power more than 20 years. His legacy cannot be the Russian economy, which was in serious trouble even before the sanctions. His legacy really isn't a Russia, which is a power on the level of China or the US or the European Union. So what's his legacy? This supposedly grand victory, which he thought he could get cheaply, simply by walking into Kiev and assassinating or detaining leaders. He wants a legacy, and that's why he decided, and has decided for months, that this was his endpoint to invade Ukraine.
Is there any chance of any diplomacy here working? Because, I mean, clearly the problem is that you're dealing with someone who doesn't really do diplomacy here, at least not in a way we tend to understand. So it does raise the question of what on earth can an end game actually be here?
Yeah, great question. Again, NATO, Europe, the United States, for months talked to Vladimir Putin and said, look, we'll talk about a strategic framework, not only for Ukraine, but for security of Eastern Europe, including Russia. He didn't want it. Only yesterday, the French President Emmanuel Macron, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, said to Putin, let's talk about a ceasefire. He didn't want it. I have to be very honest with you. At this point, Putin is not going to stop until his military forces face so much resistance that he thinks, perhaps I can't pull this off. Perhaps I can't actually capture Kiev. And then you might have a possibility for diplomacy. But second point, even at that point, even if Putin pulls back from trying to take the capital, he'll want to occupy part of the country in the east and in the south. And you have to have firmness with him and say, no, you can't invade, claim part of a country, and then pull back.
We had that rather kind of, I thought it was quite a revelation from Victoria Nuland, the Undersecretary of State, at the congressional hearing, where she admitted to American-funded biolab research facilities. What do you make of that? Because I feel as though that is being manipulated by both sides of this particular narrative.
Let me be very clear with you. This is not a both sides issue. This is a one-side issue. This is a Russian disinformation campaign. Let me explain why in a few seconds. Biomedical research facilities are not bio-warfare labs. We have them in the United Kingdom. We have them at hospitals. We have them at universities, including one which is not far from me. The United States does not have bio-warfare labs in Ukraine. What happened is that the Pentagon agreed to work with Ukraine on providing biosecurity. Because when you have a biomedical research lab, you don't want bad people stealing the biological agents, right? So the United States provided funding and assistance to provide security, precisely not to have these labs being used by someone else for biological warfare. That's the truth of the story, that Russia, and I'm afraid some gullible people, even here in the United Kingdom, have turned around 180 degrees to try to blame the US for this invasion.
Oh, look, Professor Emeritus Scott Lucas, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
OK, coming up for you in just a few minutes, we're going to be chatting with Aidan McGee with the very latest on your sports update this weekend. Don't go anywhere. Let's have a look at the weather for you then, and the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. The southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers. The showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for northeast England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later. As you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
At 7:22, you're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev on your TV, on your tinternet, I was going to say, like Peter Kay. And of course, yes, on the radio, which is really important because it means you can take us with you wherever you go.
Without having to look at our faces.
Yeah, it's a plus. It's a win-win. Can't lose. There's a lot of sport going on, a lot of focus on Chelsea, of course. Aidan McGee is here. Aidan, good morning. And there's now sort of questions arising over the legality of everything that's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to be more problems for Chelsea with each passing day. I mean, at the start of the week, we knew they were in serious trouble in terms of being placed under various embargoes, various sanctions, and anything that affects Roman Abramovich obviously has a direct effect on Chelsea. There was talk about whether they'd be able to complete the season. There were talks, limits imposed on expenditure for away matches. I mean, it's funny because the casual person might hear £20,000 to fulfil an away fixture. That should be more than enough. But when you consider travel, you consider hotels, the number of nights you have to stay, all the supplementary ancillary staff you have to go along with them as well. So it's very difficult. And even though we're at a relatively advanced stage of the season, Chelsea are going strong in two competitions at least. or 3 actually, including the FA Cup. So, you know, it does mean that they've got more fixtures than most, and they're facing probably more challenges than most. But I want to bring in somebody who can shed some light on the legalities, if possible, and that's Richard Kramer, who's a partner at Front Row Legal, a sports lawyer. Richard, if I could just ask you first of all, what have you made of all the legalities surrounding Chelsea this week? Does it sound fair to you the way the club has been treated, and the owner specifically, Roman Abramovich?
I think it's actually something that's never happened before. I think Manchester City at one stage did have a problem with their previous owner, but the true extent of this and the damage that it's causing the club and the disruption is unprecedented. And it's very difficult to really form an opinion whether it's fair or not. What we do know is that the club is probably going to be sold, I would imagine, in the next 2 weeks. And there's been no secret to that. And I understand that there are negotiations taking place now between the government, Chelsea and prospective purchasers. But one should not underestimate the damage that has been caused already, but also could be caused over the next few weeks, especially with a £26 million wage bill that needs to be paid on the 1st of April. So very difficult, certainly for members of the staff, the players, and of course, all of those connected with Chelsea. But I'm afraid this is obviously one of the consequences of this horrendous situation in Ukraine.
Richard, there seems to be a willingness, according to reports, that Abramovich and the government want to get a deal done relatively quickly. What happens if it doesn't go as quickly as both parties hope? Can the government then intervene and try and speed things up? And what repercussions could that have for the football club itself?
Well, I'm sure you know it's never easy selling a football club, and when you get a club like Chelsea or any of the big boys, you know, it can take months and months. We saw, didn't we, with Newcastle United? I think it took 2 years in the end for that deal with the Saudi Arabians to take over from Mike Ashley. So what we're actually trying to do here, or what Chelsea are trying to do, is really expedite the sale of a club. And of course, any prospective purchaser wants to carry out due diligence. The government will be very desperate, in my view, to make sure that any sale is bona fide, that there are no connections with Abramovich, that nothing's going to come back to haunt them in terms of any form of connection with Putin. So it really is a tough challenge, and it would probably take a similar scenario to when Abramovich took over Chelsea all those years ago. Because if you remember, Ken Bates owned the club. I think Abramovich came in, he did a deal, I think within a few days to get the deal over the line. I don't think he carried out any due diligence. But this is slightly different now because, you know, the way Chelsea has developed, any prospective purchaser would really want to know what they're acquiring. I understand that there are problems in terms of logistics of Stamford Bridge and ownership. And you know, there are only so many hours in the day. And in the meantime, the biggest concern will be that some players might not be paid. And that's where, when you've got assets that are worth anything from £10 million with some of the youth players up to potentially players worth £100 million, if any of those players are not going to get paid, then there is a distinct danger for Chelsea that they will become free agents. And so,
Richard, we're going to have to leave it there just now because we're running out of time, but we appreciate your contribution this morning. That's Richard Kramer, a sports lawyer and partner at Front Row Legal, on a very moving story at Chelsea as they take on Newcastle today, Stephen.
Yeah, it's interesting. And looking at other fixtures that have been going on, I've got to say, a hat-trick for Ronaldo at Man United. It's been a while.
It has indeed. He hasn't. I think it was 2008 was his last one against Newcastle, actually. But I watched that game. And, you know, when we talk about individuals digging their teammates out of the whatever, that was an example. Tottenham didn't play badly at all yesterday.
That
turned it round.
I liked Roy Keane's comment, though, before the match. Was it Raphael Varane and Harry Maguire who were warming up wearing gloves? And, of course, Roy Keane was like, oh, that gives a great message, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. This is why he's can never understand why broadcasters didn't get him involved sooner. Because
I mean,
a lot of viewers would look at that and think, well, you know, it's March. You know, the sun's been out most of the week. You don't need those. But then it's about circulation. That's the thing. Some players have circulation issues. And
oh, come on! They're just millennials with cold hands on an ice ball for 3 days.
Oh, come on! Manchester City's lead has been cut by Liverpool.
Yeah, good win for Liverpool down at Brighton. It's going to come down to this clash on April the 9th at the Etihad, Manchester City against Liverpool. I mean, listen, there's football to be played in between, but a lot of it is in cup competitions because City and Liverpool are still involved in the Champions League. But a big showdown coming up at the Etihad.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I mean, you're the one you said it was all in the back.
Yeah, I know.
City,
You reminds me of this every week. Every week, I was saying, you always bring this up. You always keep this in your little book.
I know. It's just quite nice.
Just don't come to me if you want any tips on bets.
It's nice to see you squirm. It's nice to see you squirm.
I'm definitely squirming.
I mean, do you think Liverpool, I mean, ultimately could get there?
Yeah, I do. They've got the quality. It's about hitting stride at the right time. Now, my team, Queen's Park Rangers, we're playing Luton Town today. We're 7th. We could go 4th in the table today in the Championship. But we've won 1 game in 7. We're not hitting our stride. This is the time that you don't want to be losing form. Liverpool are the complete opposite. They're finding form, and I think at the very least they will push Manchester City all the way. Right. And that's what I'm saying now. Of course, that'll change next week, and you'll remind
probably will. I will remind you of it. I will. Gives me a great deal of joy and pleasure, Aidan. Look, I know you're going to be back a little bit later on, and of course, towards the end of our show, 9:45. You team up with Stephanie Tetchy, don't you?
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, we're great. We're dynamite when we're together.
You are dynamite when we're together. It's a sports showbiz roundup. It's a really good thing to watch, so do join us. Make sure you join us for that. Aidan, thank you. Catch up with you a little bit later on.
OK. After the break, we're going to take a look at the newspaper front pages with Mariana Cotta and Tom Slater.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.33 and you're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev, live across the UK on your TV, on your radio and online.
Let's take a look at today's front pages now.
Well, the Sunday Times says Putin has wiped out an entire city. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused the Kremlin of waging a war of annihilation, as the governor says Volnovakha no longer exists.
The Sunday Telegraph says people will be allowed to sponsor named Ukrainian individuals or families to stay in their homes as the government departs from its earlier approach to the refugee crisis.
It's hell here is the headline of The Independent, with the people of Mariupol describing how they've survived 2 weeks in a city under siege.
Levelling Up Secretary Michael Gove wants to seize the mansions of Russian oligarchs to house Ukrainian refugees.
Yeah, that's in the Mail on Sunday for you. And for the Sunday Express, more on caring Brits, as they put it, being urged to house Ukrainians in their darkest hour. Big-hearted Britons getting $350 a month as a thank you to opening their homes, is their headline.
And in the Daily Star, taking a departure from Ukraine, they feature an intergalactic exclusive as a reader claims he was visited by the real-life Men in Black after he told police that he'd seen a UFO. OK.
Are there real-life Men in Black?
Moving on.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. It's crackers. I'm just a bit surprised that maybe they just think people just want to read something which is just totally
might be
different
right.
this morning. I don't know. Anyway, look, let's see what our guests make of what's in the newspapers this morning. We're joined by anthropologist Mariana Hotter and the editor of Spiked Online, Tom Slater. Morning, both. Good to see you again. Marianne, looking at the Sunday Telegraph then, and this scheme to help compensate a little bit those people who decide to take in refugees here.
Yeah, this is the news that Michael Gove has announced, that Britons who offer a home to refugees from Ukraine for at least 6 months would get potentially £350 a month for housing them. There are a number of things to unpack with this story. Firstly, this is Michael Gove, the Levelling Up Secretary, making this announcement, not Priti Patel, the Home Office Minister. So she's been in the firing line because basically the UK's rollout for providing visas for refugees fleeing Ukraine has been utterly dire. It was called out in the House of Commons probably 2 weeks ago now. We knew this invasion was going to happen. You don't need a professorship in, international geopolitics to know that means that there is going to be huge displacement of civilians and refugees fleeing a war-torn country, which is effectively on our doorstep. So we needed these systems in place before Russia invaded, not 3 weeks in to the conflict where 2.5 million people are now seeking safety. So, there were all these absolutely chaotic announcements. Yes, you can apply, but you actually have to apply in person. Now you can apply in Calais. Oh, hang on a minute. Turns out we haven't actually got an office in Calais. You need to travel 1,000 miles to Paris or Lyon. Oh, hang on a minute. You can apply online, but turns out the outsourced provider, their website doesn't really work and you can't upload the documents. And then when you watch your document tracker, it says you'll get a response within 24 to 72 hours and you don't get a response and the tracker doesn't update and then it says that your document upload has failed. These are people who are potentially standing on the street in freezing conditions for 12, 14, 18 hours a day with their children, with nowhere else to go. They have left everything they know and know is secure and they have nothing, and this is the best that we can offer. Now Michael Gove turns up and says, oh, you can have 350 quid, but, it's something we discussed in the last hour. Fundamentally, I think it's racist that we're offering this for Ukrainian refugees, and it's not a policy that we offer as a nation to all refugees. All refugees should be equal. And then the other question is, when you do bring in a refugee who is distressed, traumatised, has nothing, are you going to get support to help support them? Because it's not that easy as going, oh, thank goodness, I'm safe now. Let me just go and start rebuilding my life. Everything's fine now. It's not going to be fine. These people are, traumatised and they need support.
A lot of questions, and we do need answers to a lot of it.
Absolutely.
Tom, looking at Israeli diplomacy on this issue, this is in the Sunday Telegraph as well, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because, of course, Israel really has stayed neutral in this so far. So in some respects, they are the ideal partner for any type of diplomacy.
No, it's a really interesting story, this, because the prospects for any kind of peace talks between Ukraine and Russia obviously have been pretty dreadful so far. Originally, Russia wanted the talks to be in Belarus and all the rest of it. And so you've seen Naftali Bennett, the Prime Minister of Israel, kind of try to insert himself as a kind of mediator. Here we see Volodymyr Zelensky actually calling for direct talks between himself and Putin in Jerusalem, mediated by Bennett. It's not been so straightforward. I mean, Naftali Bennett has been accused in the Israeli press, in fact, of essentially pushing Zelensky to just give in, and that's something which naturally has been given short shrift from Kiev. But again, it seems like this could be one of the openings at present for some sort of discussion that potentially could lead to some sort of ceasefire. The issue so far, of course, is that the kind of ultimatums that Russia have been issuing, no self-respecting Ukrainian leader could agree to, because it would effectively mean them becoming a vassal state of Russia, getting rid of the large parts of their military. And so, again, what Zelensky is calling for is for a proper discussion to take place. Whether that happens remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's just the irony, isn't it, of Israel negotiating a peace settlement. There you go.
Different topic, Marianne. Yes. Museum educational value in The Observer.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting one. There's been a suggestion, and it's kind of written through Ofsted reporting of state schools and how good your school is. Do children at the school get opportunities to increase their cultural capital? So this might be things like going to visit an art gallery, going to the theatre, stuff like that.
We were discussing this a little yesterday, and Steve and I were slightly disagreeing on the benefits of investment at this. Maybe it's just at this particular time, not just in any time. In the northwest and the northeast is getting £9 million each region, and I was trying to launch a bit of a defence, Marianne, of the importance of the arts and museums in education to feed our soul, not just our mouths.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you in agreement?
You absolute Philistine. Shame on you.
No, shame on me. Someone homeless on the streets doesn't want £9 million to go to the arts. They want to get a flat.
I really believe it shouldn't be either or. I mean, let's be honest. You can't kind of
We haven't got a magical money tree, though, have we?
Let's smash up Stonehenge because we can deal with that in 20 years' time when the cost of living crisis is, or, you know, let's not worry about all those listed buildings that are falling down.
Yeah, but it's different to investing more money into the arts.
The humanities, heritage, that's all the stuff that makes us good citizens of the world. It makes us rounded people. You can't, it's the same. But it's like Michael Gove, when he was the education minister, he pops up all over the shop, doesn't he? He's like one of those whack-a-moles.
Yeah.
You know, kind of saying, well, we all need to focus on STEM subjects and we should all be much more like one of those rigorous South Asian countries where the children are sitting in rows doing exams and learning kings and queens.
The ones that do really well.
Do they do really well?
Are they happy?
The fact the Observer has
crisis.
The shocker of saying a day out at the museum won't result in better exam grades. No,
well,
that's because it's boring.
Wow.
It's so boring.
You and I need to sit down and unpack this a little bit.
Can you imagine walking around a museum with Marianne, though? It would be just such a joy. Can we do that,
Thank you.
Marianne?
Let's do that. We should bring him. So
we'll bring you. We'll take you on a school trip.
Specifically, for those folk at home, the one thing that will make a massive difference to your kids' GCSE results is reading, going to the library and talking about books. So, like, embed literacy. Don't make it a boring thing. When they've had their phone taken off them because they've broken their curfew, don't send them to their room to read a book. Make reading, role model reading, and make it part of, you know, like a good part of life.
I would agree with that. We agree.
So we're allowed to read, but not literature? No. Because that would be the arts.
No, that's not the arts. It's not the arts.
Not fun.
It's not the arts.
Only read manuals.
But museums.
Oh, my goodness.
It's all getting very woke this side of the table, Tom.
Let's push back against that a little bit. So we've got this story in the Sunday Express, which is mum's outrage at woke lessons. There's been this rumbling controversy in Brighton because of the fact that Brighton and Hove Council has been accused by parents and by local groups of pushing what is known as kind of critical race theory in schools, essentially teaching notions of white privilege, pushing a kind of notion onto children that by dint of their ethnic background that they're kind of damned to live a certain experience, and essentially kind of pushing this idea that you have to essentially kind of make people aware and hyper-aware of race in order to tackle racial inequalities. So there's a mother here, Bola Anike, who's a British Nigerian. She lives in Brighton. She's been working with Don't Divide Us, which is a kind of anti-racist but also anti-identity politics campaign group, pushing back against this particular approach. I mean, some of the slides that have been brought out, some of the materials, refers to notions of colour-blindness, the kind of Martin Luther King notion, if you will, as a form of covert racism. So it's this kind of very divisive kind of ideology that seems to be bubbling up in schools. We've seen some intervention from the government on this front, but it seems like there's particularly a grassroots campaign in Brighton to try and push back against some of this.
Right, interesting. It makes me... I was going to say it makes my blood boil, but we've got 2 minutes, Marianne, to talk about making my eggs boil.
Well, there you go.
In the Mail on Sunday.
If your kind of woke frustration has built up a hunger, then maybe don't reach for the chocolate bar. This is the advice in today's Mail. Perhaps instead eat a hard-boiled egg and proceed all your meals with a small green salad.
Right.
Or something like carrot sticks, like raw veg. It's really good. It kind of primes the fibre-loving bacteria in your guts. And more research shows that your gut health is directly associated with mental health and more like your general well-being.
Your microbiome, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Look after your gut microbiome. Eat hard-boiled eggs, spoonful of nut butter. Peanut butter, if
peanut butter.
Yeah, peanut butter, or you can go one of those fancy woke ones like pumpkin seed.
Also, I always think also...
you'd be talking about avocados.
But also blue cheese and red wine is good for your microbiome. That's the kind of diet I can enjoy.
There you go.
Not this weekend.
I just love the fact it says, you know, if you've got hunger pangs, reach for a hard-boiled egg. Well, anyone who's ever been on Weight Watchers, Slimming World, anything, they're the staple of dieting people.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
Good protein.
Hard-boiled eggs.
Hard-boiled eggs.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Protein, no fat.
An egg a day. An egg a day. Or, you know, celery with cream cheese.
Oh.
That's probably not so much. The cream cheese bit, maybe not so much.
You can get fat-free cream cheese.
I know,
now.
but isn't that a bit weird? They add sort of all sorts of strange other additives. Maybe
Don't think about that.
Don't
think about that.
Your gut microbiome doesn't like those weird...
I buy all the fat-free stuff. It's good. I eat it.
Look at him. A picture of health.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Could be better. Could be better. Marianne, Tom, thank you both very much. We'll let you back in a little bit later on. Let's just bring you a couple of GB views this morning. I don't know if I agree with Tony, who's been in touch. Morning to you, Tony. On President Putin, he says he knows he can destabilise Europe by swamping them with Ukrainian refugees. He's not a fool. Is he going to destabilise Europe with that? I doubt it. But also, I don't think he's thinking on those lines, Tony. I don't think he's putting it there. I think he expected there to be not to be so many refugees, and for them just to capitulate quite quickly on this one. But look, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
A lot of people are drawing this relationship between the increased cost of living here and then having another family living in your house. And Michael Morgan has said it'd be nice to accommodate Ukrainian refugees. Many families would not be able to because of the growing cost of living, which I suppose the £350 a month from the government is intended to help.
Well, yeah, I mean, but honestly, I mean, I can understand your position. You know, it's money is very, very tight. It's going to have to be those people, I think, who have more money, who have got some free cash available, who'll be able to afford to do this, and not those people who are already really, really struggling. But let us know what you think. gbviews at gbnews.uk. Now, more than £150 has been donated. £150 million, I should say, has been donated to the UK Disasters and Emergency Committee to help people fleeing from the war in Ukraine.
But while many of us have dug deep in our pockets, there are fresh warnings that scammers are taking advantage of the situation with fake charity sites.
Oh, can you believe people would do that?
It's inevitable, isn't it?
Awful. Our London reporter, Alice Porter, is outside the Charity Commission in central London. Morning to you, Alice. I mean, this beggars belief.
It really does, isn't it? I mean, just when you think the situation can't get any worse, there are these fresh warnings from a number of charities and organisations warning that there are scam artists out there, and the way that they're operating, there's loads of bogus fundraising websites, there's fake pleading letters, there's also fake Airbnb accounts. I think a lot of people were using Airbnbs to buy a room for a refugee for a night, and that was quite popular, but there's concerns that some of those are fraudulent. There's also, which been quite sort of interesting to see, is that there's actually been requests for Bitcoin, and there's real concerns from cybersecurity experts that people are trying to use Bitcoin and that sort of cryptocurrency as a way of trying to, you know, defraud people. And there's also real worries that I think some of these, particularly these sort of financial and fraud sort of actions that are taking place, where people are being asked to send over quite large sums of money or to take in certain sums of money if they are supposedly moving out of Ukraine, that actually you could be implicated in money laundering. So, you know, there are real implications at its absolute worst for ordinary people who are just trying to help those who are suffering.
OK, Alice, thank you for that. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Time for the showbiz this morning. Stephanie Tecci, queen of all things showbiz, is here. I'm surprised you're here this morning, Stephanie, because I saw on your Instagram that you were out fine dining till very late last night.
One does, definitely. You know, one good thing I love about living in London is all the restaurants we've got and the new ones that have been popping up since the pandemic. So I like to go have a bit of a nice foodie experience.
You weren't hanging out with celebrities last night?
No celebrities
No
last
Tiny
night.
Temper?
Well, I should be hanging with them tonight at the BAFTAs.
Oh, marvellous.
Actually,
Of course.
guys. So tonight is the 75th BAFTA Awards. Last year it was virtual, so this year is going to be quite a big one because we can do it back in person. It's going to be a big night for the Brits. The thing I love about the BAFTAs is it sets the precedents for the rest of the other film awards. And we have films like The Power of the Dog, which sees Benedict Cumberbatch, who's up for Best Actor tonight. Sir Kenneth Branagh's Belfast is also up for 6 awards tonight. And leading the way as well is 007, No Time to Die. And Dune, which we can see on the screen, which stars Zendaya from Spider-Man and Timothée Chalamet, that's up for 11 awards tonight.
I'm pleased that because Bond is often overlooked.
It is. In the Oscars and the Golden Globes, it doesn't tend to do well on the US side of things, but obviously back home we're going to be representing for it. It's up for 5 awards, including the Best British Outstanding Film, but we're not going to see Daniel Craig tonight because he's preparing for a role in Broadway of Macbeth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he's
That's
not going to be there.
interesting.
But a big talking point tonight as well is Prince William is the president of the BAFTA Awards, and he's not actually going to be making an appearance tonight. Maybe he's going to be doing a video screen link, but a lot of people are saying that his relationship with the BBC has become quite fractured.
Oh, right.
Due to the whole panorama drama and stuff like that. That's only hearsay, but he's been to every single one. He's never missed one.
He's not offered an explanation?
No, diary constraints.
Diary constraints.
Know where Prince William is? Do let us know.
A lot of how these things go, though, is down to the host.
It really is.
I'm
my
excited.
Gosh, we got Rebel Wilson who's going to be doing it. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of outrage with her on stage. I'm sure she's not going to hold her mouth on anything. And
She's so funny.
She is hilarious, and she's lost so much weight. So I'm sure she's going to be bringing out all the outfits tonight as well. But a good thing for the BAFTAs as well is that they finally got it right in terms of gender equality, and over 70 women have been nominated for awards, and that is the most that women have had since they've started counting.
And do we still have male awards and female awards at the BAFTA?
We do, and we hope it stays that way. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for gender fluidity, but it's nice that women can get their own shine and men can get their own shine, so I think they're sticking to that.
Yeah, OK.
Which brings us on to, actually.
Oh, it does. A bit of J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, you know, she's been effectively been cancelled over the past few years for her views which have been deemed as transphobia. And recently she's come back fighting and she's actually sticking with her views. So yesterday she attacked Sir Keir Starmer on Twitter because he came out with a tweet saying that, you know, he thinks trans women are women and they also are defended by the law as well. And she's come out and she says that she's lost all mistrust in the party because she can't depend on them to fight for the rights of women. You know, she says there's so many women that are out there now who are scared to talk about their bodies and their opinions of what women should be. So she, you know, over the past few years, you can't Google her name without seeing transphobia. So I was quite surprised that she's come out with this.
If you go back, the thing is, if you go back to her original essay on this, nothing that she says should have caused the reaction that she got from the trans activists.
Yeah.
And they are a very passionate, they're a very angry group of campaigners, those people who want trans people to be recognised as their new gender, if we can call it that way. But I think what's probably emboldened her is that there are more and more women now who have come out and said, actually, I don't want us to lose the word women. It's the power
Well,
of
they're not
and.
losing the word women,
we
are
are.
they?
Yeah, we are. In birth. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. No, in birth.
If a trans woman wants to be a woman, then she's using that term, woman.
That's right, but it's the power of and. So we need. So, for instance, in the birthing world, which I know a little bit about because I ran a business for years, you have the woman. You don't now talk about birthing women. You talk about birthing people.
Yeah.
So. some of the midwives that I know would say we talk about women and birthing people because we're in danger of losing the woman aspect of that. And I would respect anybody's freedom to call themselves whatever they want to call themselves. But what I'm saying is I think we have to be very careful that I'd like to be called a woman.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is.
But no one's suggesting that you're not.
They are.
Well, a very small minority are suggesting that.
It's not. If it's in the whole of maternity services to lose the word woman, that's gone. That's massive. And it is happening. And we are seeing it as women. We are seeing it all the time. You can still have man.
Yeah.
You can have... but we're losing women. We're having birthing people with a cervix, people with a uterus. The word woman is actually being slowly eroded, and we fought for many years to be recognised.
We have, and I think it's one of those things where I think trans women have right to be women if they want to embody that
100%.
spirit. But I think it's as women we're starting to feel that we're slowly being diminished, and our identity and what it's supposed to mean. That is what is at threat, I think, and I don't know how we can do it in a way where it's cohesive for both. Where we could still be, biologically women and celebrate that and not feel like offended.
Our identity
is women.
Yeah.
Well, you see, now you know how us men feel, because we've been painted as being absolutely toxic for the last few years. Men are toxic. And we're a threat.
All right.
We're posted as being a threat. A threat to
what?
To women.
It is
all the time. It's like, get fed up with it.
It is
get
hard
fed up with
times.
it. So
Can't we all just get along?
Well, quite right.
I see it from both sides. I have a son, and I worry about his future and what it means to be a man, and I have 2 daughters, and I worry about theirs. And we have to recognise that we are different, but equally brilliant.
Yes. We have to agree to disagree sometimes.
Well, when it comes to being equally brilliant, Stephanie Tetcher, you are brilliant. No, honestly, she is
Can you just
fabulous.
be with me every day, Steve?
I'd love to be with you every day.
Man.
We're being told we're out of time, Toby.
What do we have? I've got one.
Oh, we're out of time. Toby, go and beat him up next door.
I will do. I'm coming for you.
It's because we've over-waffled, Stephanie, but we'll catch up with it, and we'll hear more about Meghan Markle's dad a little bit later on.
Yes, we will. Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you. In the next hour, though, we're going to take a look at... Oh, she's off already. Did you see that? She's off. You could have hung about a little bit longer, darling. Come on, come back
She shimmied out.
Come back in. Here goes. Not going anywhere. Because we're going to take a look, Stephanie. You'll be interested in the cyber war that's taking place in Russia and Ukraine. And we want to hear from you as well, of course, so do get in touch this morning. Let's have a look at the weather for you then, and the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. Now, the southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers, the showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for northeast England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later. As you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
Hello, I'm Alastair Stewart, and I'd invite you to join me at noon on Saturdays and Sundays for Alastair Stewart and Friends. I've been in this business for over 40 years. And now, here at GB News, I've never been happier. I get to choose the big stories that really interest me. We hear what you have to say, and you hear what I have to say. I really hope you can join me. Noon on Saturdays and Sundays.
Join me, Anaya Falarin Iman, for the discussion every Sunday at 3 p.m. here. From big ideas to questions shaping the public conversation, we tackle the moral, cultural and political implications of news stories.
We need to share this conversation democratically.
It has become so toxic, this debate.
They relish this kind of discourse.
From fascinating guests to challenging ideas, you won't want to miss it. The discussion every Sunday at 3 p.m. here, GB News.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Russian air raids strike villages outside the Ukrainian capital Kiev as President Putin's forces gather just miles from the city.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday, the 13th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
Well, we're live across the whole of the UK, of course, on your TV, on your radio and online.
Coming up this morning.
Well, as Russian forces close in on Kiev, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tells his people that humanitarian aid for the besieged city of Mariupol will get through later on today.
Humanitarian corridors which were agreed upon have worked. 12,729 people were evacuated. The humanitarian aid for Mariupol is to arrive on Sunday afternoon.
Our reporter Paul Hawkins is reporting once again from Ukraine's border with Romania. We're going to be joining him live.
Good morning, we're live at Sighetu Marmației, one of the major crossings between Ukraine and Romania. Coming up, we'll have all the latest on the humanitarian situation.
And while Brits dig deep to help charities working with Ukrainian refugees, there are new warnings that fraudsters could be after your cash.
So if you want to get involved with any of our discussions, email us, won't you, gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet at gbnews.
So it's a rapidly changing situation in Ukraine on the 18th day of Russia's invasion. President Putin's soldiers are gathering in force on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev.
Russian airstrikes have attacked targets around the capital, and reports are just coming in of missile strikes against targets close to the border with Poland. In the south of the country, the city of Mariupol effectively remains under siege, with inhabitants enduring freezing weather and dwindling supplies of food and water.
Well, Ukraine's president says Ukraine can hold out for months on current food supplies. He's been making another video address. He said humanitarian aid is on the way to Mariupol and should get there this afternoon.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has made another statement saying invaders cannot conquer us, despite thousands continuing to flee the country.
Well, as that humanitarian crisis deepens, the UK government has agreed to pay people here £350 a month if they open up their homes to refugees. Let's talk to Paul Hawkins, who joins us from Romania, where, plenty of refugees have been heading through those border points, Paul, haven't they? But I think the numbers are down on the previous days.
Yeah, that's right. Morning, Bev. Morning, Stephen. Yeah, the numbers, just to give you the latest numbers here from Romania, 84,000 Ukrainians are remain within the country, but 344,000 have entered Ukraine since the beginning of the war. So around 80% of those who enter Ukraine have left. The numbers, as you say, just slightly down on the day. The most recent figures we have, 21,000 Ukrainians entered on a Thursday. That's down 11% on the previous day. 8,000 through the border, which is where we are at the moment in Sighetu Marmai, and that's down 9%. So a little bit of a lull in the numbers of people coming across, but the authorities still keeping all the facilities here in place to receive the refugees, because of course we don't know when this war is going to end, and the Russians could intensify their attacks. And we can speak now to Jana, who is from Irpin, and we're going to talk to her through a translator. Jana, just tell us first of all how it was in Irpin when you left.
Ми залишали Ірпінь, він був дуже зруйнований. Майже всі багато будинків, дороги. Палало у вогні. Хід з Бучі до Ірпіня також був.
And also the road from Bucha, the city near Kiev, to Irpin also was destroyed, attacked and bombed.
Людські будинки.
A lot of the people's houses was totally destroyed.
Огорож у людей, все було дахи, вікна вибиті, усе палало в вогні. Але не весь Ірпінь зруйнований.
Just in half of our city, Irpin was destroyed. It was under attack by missiles and shoots. Because it's not just from one side of Irpin they started to attack. The Russians attacked from the other sides. Some of the streets, some of the buildings, everything else also was under attack.
Нас евакуювали.
We was evacuated by humanitarian corridor, by bus, to railway station, to Kiev. We evacuated to Kiev. There was green corridor to Kiev. Everyone decided where they want to go. We go to train from Kiev to Rakhiv, western part of Ukraine. And now we're in Romania.
Отаке наше життя було. Ми 5 днів просиділи у підвалі.
We was sitting on the shelter for 5 days.
Була повітряна тривога.
It was a lot of the alarms, sirens and everything. We saw the aircraft, and it was disturbing us from 5 days. The children were scary because my daughter is pregnant. That's why she decided to move, and the daughter decided to move outside of Irpin. It was first evacuation transfer from Irpin, and we take this bus.
Okay. And why did you come to Romania?
Ми вирішили приїхати в Румунію, тому що тут близько наш кордон.
Якщо нам прийдеться вертатися
в наші рідні домівки, то тут ми зовсім рядом.
Because I want to back to our home when the war is over. It's so close to Ukrainian border. It's why we decided to go to Romania.
Okay. Would you consider going to somewhere like the UK?
А ви думали, щоб переїхати кудись в Англію чи в інші країни?
Ви знаєте, ми про це ще не думали.
We don't think for this. We don't have enough time. We just cross the border and we would like to back home. It's our reasons. Main goal to back home. For you know, we are waiting when the war is still over, finished.
Thank you for speaking to us. Say thank you. Дякую.
Дякуємо за те, що...
Дякую. Дякую, Jan. Thank you. We can also speak to, so I mean, that is one experience, it's a familiar story that we hear. We can also speak to Olena, who's with us, Olena has travelled from Russia, from St. Petersburg, where she was about to start a cleaning contract, but then left, but you can't cross into Ukraine from Russia, so she has gone on this incredible journey around Ukraine to get here. Olena, thank you for speaking to us. Why did you decide to leave Russia?
Доброго дня. Я з України.
Today I'm from Ukraine.
Мене звати Олена.
My name is Olena.
Чому я вирішила з Росії повернутися?
Why I decided left Russia?
Так як сталося от таке у нас нападання на нашу Україну, а у мене вся рідня на Україні.
All of my siblings, all of my family in Ukraine.
В Європі.
Part of my family in Europe.
5 або 6 стран проїжджати.
As I cross from 5 or 6 countries to get back home, I pass the borders by for a walk as pedestrian. Because I decided don't stay into Russia and I decided to back Ukraine to my native country.
І от хотілося до рідні.
Because I want to see my siblings and not to see my family.
And how does she feel about Russia and what Russia is doing, given she was working there?
Що ви думаєте взагалі, як далі буде і що Росія зараз там відбувається, як вони це все виправдовують?
Росія, вона як по їхнім цим інтерв'ю всяких журналістів, то там показують, що вони у нас дуже нам допомагають.
They said on Russian television, the Russians they help Ukraine. It's like the fake.
Освобождають нас від
They want to make denazification in the country. It's the Russians' point of view. It's what between the talks with my friends from Russia that was said that it was denazification. It's just a help for Ukrainians, you know, to save Ukrainian people and civilians.
Ніякі вони не миротворці. Вони
But it isn't true. It's fake.
Граблять, убивають дітей
наших,
They kill Ukrainian
children, the Ukrainian civilians. They destroyed the country.
Біженців дуже багато.
It's a lot of refugees. Even in I host in my home from Dnipropetrovsk 11 refugees with daughters, with children. Even with disabled persons. I host 11 refugees in my home in Solotrino. It's the other part of border, near Romanian border. But we hopefully this war will finish as soon as possible. And hopefully I'm praying for peace. I'm praying for peace on Ukraine. Please, I ask, close the sky under the Ukraine.
То легше відбивати ворога, як
Yes, because on the ground it's easier, you know, to fight against the enemy, against the Russians.
Yeah, thank you, Dякую, Olena, for speaking to us. And Stephen, Bev, we've heard it before, and it's a phrase we often hear when we speak to Ukrainians: close the sky. But as we heard from Joe Biden yesterday, he doesn't want to close the sky, as in they don't want to close the airspace because that would put them in confrontation with Russian aircraft, and Joe Biden says that would lead to World War III. But I don't even need to ask the question. Ukrainians say that for them World War III has already started.
Okay, Paul, for now, thank you.
Paul.
Yeah, as soon as that was said, close the skies, I knew Paul was going to mention that, because we do just get it all the time. And you can understand the frustration and the desperation. But, you know, what would it lead to? Would it just make things worse for millions and millions and millions more people if we did that and Putin decided he was going to start pressing little red buttons, which he's threatened to do? Absolutely. Scary times. It is scary times.
OK, let's bring you up to date.
Well, the UK Ministry of Defence says Russia is paying a high price for each advance as Ukrainian armed forces continue to offer staunch resistance. Officials say Russian forces are looking to envelop Ukrainian forces in the east as they advance from Kharkiv in the north and Mariupol in the south.
President Zelensky claims Russia is using blackmail and bribery to force local officials to form a pseudo-republic in the southern Kherson region. Local officials say Russia is planning to stage a referendum, but Mr. Zelensky is encouraging Ukrainians to maintain their resistance.
7 people, including women and 1 child, have died trying to escape the village of Peremoa in the Kiev region. Ukraine's defense ministry says Russian forces attacked their convoy, which was not in an agreed evacuation corridor.
Boris Johnson is going to host a 2-day summit with Nordic and Baltic leaders from tomorrow. Over dinner at Chequers and meetings in Downing Street, he will urge them to come together to ensure no other nations fall victim to Russian aggression.
Well, as the war continues, Russia has decided to ban Instagram. Well, joining us with a bit more detail is cybersecurity expert Graham Batsman. I mean, there is this, we talk of cyber war, Graham, and it has sort of many different sides, doesn't it? I mean, there's banning social media, which of course can affect the information that Russians are getting on what is going on. It's part of the propaganda war, isn't it? But we've also got to really up our game on what cyber attacks may also be heading in our direction.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. Yes, though so far we've not seen any real massive cyber attacks. There's many things from, you could say, Ukrainian vigilantes going against things. And Instagram's fairly big. Russia is 100 million people plus, and allegedly 63 million users there. I'm sure, just as in Syria, Iran, and other places, there'll be some ways of circumventing such controls, but not absolutely for everyone, of course.
What about our own security? I mean, I don't want to sound like we're thinking of us here for a minute, but in this country, is there anything that we should be aware of in terms of our own cyber security at the moment? We all kind of, I think, probably naively for the last few years, thought a war today would be conducted online as opposed to necessarily bombs and guns. We've been proved wrong in that regard. But does that mean that we can relax a little in terms of having our major digital infrastructure, perhaps the NHS or government databases, hacked by the Russians?
I would still worry in the UK, but not as much as other places. Cybersecurity is still developing, quite infant in some ways, though UK, France, Germany, America, Canada, and so on are kind of the leaders in cybersecurity, but to be a leader in something new doesn't make you very good. When you actually go to places like Ukraine and others which I've been to, cybersecurity drops off the cliff, even more when you go to Africa. So I'm sure the worry's still there. We can look at WannaCry from a few years ago, and that wasn't necessarily proved as nation-state attack. So I'm sure some things are vulnerable, but large things like nuclear power stations, water is probably reasonably secure compared to a smaller entity. So I wouldn't be complacent, but we're doing better than many other places in the world.
I mean, it's interesting, though, isn't it, Graham? When we talk about cybersecurity, we do look at how we could be affected here and the consequences and the work that GCHQ is doing. What we don't talk about very much is what cyber war we are trying to inflict, no doubt, on countries like Russia at times like this.
The UK seems to be, it has a small task force. If you look at China, there's probably tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of cyber warriors. The UK probably has hundreds or thousands, which are very skilled. But if you look at the reports from the past, we seem to get caught less, which says we're more sneaky, whereas Syria, North Korea, Iran, and so on don't seem to care. They get exposed a lot. The UK, I'm sure, does it, but seems to mask its tracks better than other places.
Graham, you say you've spent time in Ukraine. Tell us a little bit about the Ukrainian people from your personal perspective, because they're a proud and determined bunch of individuals, aren't they?
Yeah, I was there in 2015, 2020, 2021 and 2022. Probably spent something like 11 or 12 weeks there in total. Compared to the rest of the former Soviet Union, it's a little bit more liberal and Western compared to when you go to somewhere like Moldova, where things seem more conservative. You could tell it was very proud. People were fairly anti-Russian even till a month or two ago. Remember going to outside of Kiev, where the former dictator Yanukovych had his corrupt palace, and going to a dog training center, which was nearly in the news because they shot some helicopters down there recently. And he was constantly saying, this guard dog I'm training is referred to as an anti-Putin dog. So you could see they were proud and didn't want to be seen as at all Russian. And also they were anti-Russian even many, many years ago.
No, interesting to get your views on all of that. And no doubt we'll talk again, Graham Batsman. Thank you very much, Graham, cybersecurity expert there. And it is an area, as you say, Bev, where we thought this was going to be a cyber war, in effect, and of course it's turned into a land war. But it's still it's an area we can't forget about.
Absolutely. I kind of keep waiting for that. I can't. You know what I mean? I think that's because we've just been primed to think that's what war looks like now, isn't it? But apparently not.
Well, coming up for you, just how far are we from the end of all of this? Anywhere close at all? We'll get the views of Major General Tim Cross in a couple of minutes. Let's have a look at the weather for you then. And the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. Now, the southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers. The showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for northeast England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later, as you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning to you, it's 8:22. Now, Ukraine has the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War. That's according to the United Nations.
The number currently stands at 2.3 million, with the Russian military nearing the capital, Kyiv. Conditions on the ground for civilians could quickly become horrific.
Oh, even more horrific. Let's get a military perspective on what we're seeing on the ground. Talk to retired Major General Tim Cross. Major General, it's good to see you this morning. Look, we've talked before about the sort of land war strategy that Putin seems to be putting in place here. I mean, clearly things have not been going to plan, but he does now seem to be encircling the capital somewhat.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think we may have said before, but his original intent was to achieve a relatively quick victory, not have to secure many of the cities, hope the Ukrainians would give in, puppet government established, and take on those eastern states and the corridor to Crimea. That hasn't worked out, so he's had to increase his combat power, and I think he's now had to make the decision that he's going to have to probably take Kiev. Whether he wants to put forces into it or whether just encircle it and put it under siege is anybody's guess, really. It's always very difficult to know how people are thinking in these circumstances. And frankly, of 3 plans they may have thought through, it's always the 4th that actually happens. That's just a reality in military operations. So I think it's very difficult to predict what will actually happen. But there's no doubt that this campaign is not over. I don't think it's going to end quickly. I think it will go on for quite a while yet. And so there's a lot more sadness, I'm afraid, in terms of the refugee problem, which you've referred to, but also in terms of casualties, Ukrainian military and indeed Russian military.
Less than about 10 minutes ago, we heard news that 9 people have been killed at an airstrike on a military base near Lviv. Now, the Lviv region is close to Poland. It's 25 kilometres from the border with Poland. How targeted can those sorts of airstrikes be? How easy would it be for one of those missiles to accidentally travel into the border of Poland?
Well, those things are always possible. I think airstrikes on an airfield, frankly, should be pretty accurate. Those airfields are fixed, obviously. They know where they are. And the missiles that they'll be using, are reasonably accurate. But the bottom line is anything can go wrong, and things do go wrong. I mean, I know people understandably believe that Russia has been deliberately targeting some things, but frankly, I think in some cases that's not the case. It will have been mistakes, it will have been rogue missiles or whatever. So to attack an airfield near Poland, I think there's a couple of things going on, probably. One is to send a message that if you try to bring in weapons for the Ukrainians across the border, we are prepared to strike quite deeply into the west of Ukraine, and therefore sending a warning shot out. But also it's linked, I think, to the Ukrainian Air Force, which hasn't been eliminated yet. The Russians haven't been able to get air superiority, which is local air superiority, to do something specific whenever they wanted it. And they certainly haven't been able to gain air supremacy, which means they dominate the airspace everywhere and can use it at will. So they're still taking casualties in the air campaign. And I think this is part of what we would call an offensive air campaign, to take out Ukrainian airfields, take out Ukrainian airplanes on the ground, and hopefully gain that superiority, if not the supremacy they've been looking for.
Do we have any indication from what we've seen so far as to what Putin would consider a success here? Because as we've mentioned before, whatever he does, even if he starts to flatten cities like Mariupol and Kharkiv and Kiev, how on earth does he maintain a grip on the country? He can't surely just be thinking he'll flatten it and walk out again.
Well, who knows what he's thinking? But the reality is that he won't be able to do that. I mean, the Russians found in Afghanistan that they got themselves embroiled in a long campaign. They took a lot of casualties in Chechnya, and Chechnya was a tiny place compared to Ukraine. Ukraine is bigger than France. It's got a population of, well, over 40 million, obviously 2.5 million having now left. But we found the same thing, of course, in Iraq in 2003. You can win a military campaign, in inverted commas, but securing the place, a country that size, takes an awful lot of people. I often remind people that at one stage in Northern Ireland in the 70s, we had the best part of 25,000 British soldiers trying to get the security of Northern Ireland to allow the politicians to work and so on. In Kosovo, which I was involved with, we had 60,000 NATO troops in Kosovo, again, a relatively tiny province. We tried to secure Iraq with less than 100,000 at one stage, a couple of 100,000 coalition troops, US, American, and ourselves. So to secure Ukraine in a long-term campaign would take, I would say, 300,000 troops, probably slightly more, depending upon how strong the resistance is. And the reality is, from all that we've seen and all that we hear, the resistance will continue to be pretty strong. So the chances of them securing Ukraine and holding it and being able to leave relatively quickly, I think is pretty slim.
OK. Major General Cross, appreciate your time, as always. Thank you.
Okay.
The Ukraine crisis has seen millions flee their homes to neighbouring countries, with Poland alone accepting nearly 1.5 million Ukrainians into its society.
Well, it's already creating new pressures on public services and housing, but the Poles seem at the moment to be taking it in their stride. But how long can that last?
GB News presenter Isabel Oakeshott has travelled to Warsaw on a trip put on by the UK Parliament's all-party group on Poland, and she spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister to find out how the country is coping with the influx of refugees and the threat from Vladimir Putin.
I slept only 2 hours because I was at the railway station discussing how we can improve the system to welcome refugees, because there is a tension, there is a lot of problems, but we are solving this problem all the time. So anyway, that's why I'm tired and I can't speak English.
1.5 million refugees have now poured across the border from Ukraine into your country. This is already a huge crisis for Poland. How much worse do you think it could get?
My się spodziewamy, że może być znacznie więcej uchodźców.
We think that there might be 4 or 5 million refugees coming, in comparison to the number we have seen so far today.
5 milionów, ale to 1,5 miliona.
To put that into context, the immigration crisis we saw in 2015 saw that amount come to Europe in just 1 year.
Przybyło w ciągu roku do Polski w 2 tygodnie.
Do you think other countries are doing enough to help in this crisis with the refugees?
Po pierwsze, faktycznie jest wielka mobilizacja.
Firstly, there has been an amazing effort by the Polish people, our NGOs and the Polish state that has allowed us to accommodate this additional 1.5 million people.
Rządów lokalnych.
We have a similar culture to Ukraine, so it has been relatively easy for us to do this. And we have had experience of economic migration from Ukraine in recent years, and we've accommodated around the same amount of Ukrainians in that. I hope that you have had a similar experience with Poles in Britain.
Do you know how many refugees the UK has taken so far?
Nie wiem jak to będzie, bo w tej chwili część tej fali.
I don't know. Some refugees have asked us how they can get to Western Europe, and we have been trying to provide them with transport there. But the Western countries are more interested in declarations than actual deeds. We are having to accommodate refugees in our sports arenas, while Europe's politicians debate whether to let them in or not.
Natomiast nie przekłada to się na konkretne rozwiązania.
Let me tell you that the UK has so far taken less than 1,000 refugees from Ukraine. How do you feel about that?
No, mam nadzieję, że będzie lepiej.
I would not say this is a crisis. This is the result of the cruel war that is happening in Ukraine. It's not a crisis for us.
Oczywiście, że my spodziewamy się, że zwłaszcza nasi przyjaciele.
I am sure that our Western friends, the Brits for example, will help us with the effort to help Ukraine, both in a humanitarian sense and in terms of helping the Ukrainian army and military to defend their country.
Do you feel disappointed by the reaction of allies in this crisis? Do you feel let down?
Rozczarowanie w polityce.
Disappointment in politics is not a pleasant feeling, but we are realistic, so we don't feel disappointed. This war is a result of neglect shown by European leaders and the European Union.
To jest bardzo trudna decyzja. To musi być decyzja wszystkich krajów NATO.
The question of a no-fly zone is a very tough decision to make. It should be a collective decision of NATO, because as the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland, I could not say. We offered to give up our fighter jets to NATO to be passed on to Ukraine, but we need a collective decision from NATO to do that.
Do you fear that if President Putin gets away with these actions in Ukraine, that he could ultimately threaten Poland?
We are already threatened by Putin. It's not a case of will we be threatened, we already are. And if we are threatened, the whole of NATO and the whole of Eastern Europe is threatened.
Now, look, if the situation couldn't get any worse, I just want to bring you a breaking line we're getting from Reuters this morning, where they say a bus carrying about 50 Ukrainians went off the road in Italy. One person has died. Several people have been injured, according to firefighters on the scene. It happened between Cesena and Rimini on the northeastern coast. A bus overturned, carrying Ukrainian refugees, and say one person has died as a result of that. Just when they think they're escaping some of the problems and the trauma, then just for that accident to happen is even more heartbreaking.
Mass movement of people, you're inevitably going to get more accidents, aren't you, sadly? After the break, we're going to take a look at the newspaper front pages with Mariana Cotta and Tom Slater.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It's 8:36. Just want to remind you of that breaking news we had a couple of minutes ago. And it's tragedy upon tragedy. A bus carrying about 50 Ukrainians has overturned in Italy. One person has died. Several people have been injured. It happened on the highway between Cesena and Rimini on the northeastern coast. So rescue operations currently underway, but we know certainly of one fatality so far. And if we get any more details on that, let's hope that's as bad as it gets. But we will keep you fully up to date with that.
OK, let's take a look at today's front pages now. Marianne and Tom have rejoined us. We're starting with the Sunday Times this morning. This says that Putin has wiped out an entire city. Ukrainian President Zelensky has accused the Kremlin of waging a war of annihilation. As the governor says, Volnovakha no longer exists.
Sunday Telegraph says people will be allowed to sponsor named Ukrainian individuals or families to stay in their homes as the government departs from its earlier approach to the refugee crisis.
It is hell here, is the headline of The Independent, with the people of Mariupol describing how they've survived 2 weeks in a city under siege.
Levelling Up Secretary Michael Gove wants to seize the mansions of Russian oligarchs to house Ukrainian refugees, apparently.
Caring Brits are urged to house Ukrainians in their darkest hour. Big-hearted Britain, says The Express, will get £350 a month as a thank you for opening their homes to refugees.
OK, let's go through those papers in a bit more detail with anthropologist and that woman off of Time team, Mariana Hosser, and editor of Spiked Online, Tom Slater. You only did one season, didn't you?
I did, series 19. Yeah. But if anyone's interested and likes archaeology and doesn't mind me, Mystic Britain on Smithsonian Channel. I can recommend it.
Oh,
don't know which channel to look at.
Are you on it?
Yeah, me and Clive Anderson. It's fun.
Clive Anderson?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, look, to more
shameless
serious
plug.
matters.
Yeah,
it's a shameless plug. It's disgusting. Sunday Telegraph, Marianne.
Yeah, massive handbrake turn. Let's.
Did I mention Tom Slater in that introduction?
I'm not sure.
But... Did I? I was just thinking. Did I even bother to mention Tom? I was
Tom from Spiked.
Exactly. He's
Spiked,
over there.
How very rude. Just taken over again, Tom. This warning against NATO in the Sunday Telegraph.
Yeah, so this is, I think, the kind of, you know, we over the weekend we've been really focused on these specific stories of individual suffering, you know, those stories that really bring this to life on a human perspective. But I think it's also useful, you know, sitting at home here, looking at this play out, thinking about the bigger picture and the sort of strategic implications of what this is in terms of international security and, you know, this idea of World War III constantly coming up, people saying, you know, that's incendiary language, it's not useful. But the thing is, if Russia and NATO directly are in military conflict, I think that pretty much is World War III, right? That's the US, that's the UK, that's most of Europe, that's Russia, possibly bringing China into the play. I mean, there's not that much in terms of, you know, axis left to not be involved. So this question is, as allies of Ukraine start to provide ever more greater amounts of military hardware and supplies, and they're getting into Ukrainian territory, will Russia consider those military supplies as legitimate targets? And if that's the case, do they need to have crossed the Ukrainian border? And then NATO will say it's not on NATO territory, so it's sort of not fair game, but, you know, that's in the theatre of war that is already established. Or might they go towards somewhere like Romania or Moldova or Poland, where supplies are being brought in from? And at that point, Russia has attacked NATO territory. There's a pact of mutual defence, at which point NATO is in the conflict, in the physical theatre of war. I mean, we're already involved in many ways. So the big question is, what is Russia going to do? And at that point, you know, Tom and I were discussing in the break, lots of people said Putin won't actually wage an all-out invasion on Ukraine because that's insane. He's not a complete madman. Look where we are now, 3 weeks in. So the question is, well, he's insane to kind of use tactical nuclear weapons, but is he? I mean, they used chemical weapons in Syria. The rest of the world stood back and let it happen, even though civilians were murdered because of it. So, you know, that red line doesn't exist anymore. You know, we used to live in a world where we say, like, chemical weapons, that's a red line. No one crosses that line. And we ignored it. So that red line has been erased. What's not to say that that won't happen in Ukraine? You know, they kind of set up a false flag operation. They say Ukraine did it first. We're retaliating because we're protecting Russia. And then where are we? The next step is nuclear.
What do you think, Tom?
I just think it's so dangerous and could so easily escalate. And I can understand why there's a lot of people who really want the West to do more. You know, you see those images, you see that the kind of human face, as you were saying, Marianne, of the particular tragedy. But we can't underestimate just how high the stakes are in all of this. People talk about no-fly zones if it's nothing, despite the fact that that is will result in directly engaging Russian forces from NATO forces. And again, it's a difficult balance that a lot of Western powers are trying to strike here, but it is a balance nonetheless, and it's just not entirely clear to me that broadening this war, turning this in Ukraine into kind of one front in a much bigger conflict would even help the people of Ukraine necessarily. Of course, people want to stand up to Vladimir Putin, people want to help the people of Ukraine, but we do need to recognise the stakes in all of this and recognise that Western powers as well have a responsibility to their own people as well, and to make sure those people and their armed forces are safe and all the rest of it. But the thing I'm always left with, I'm just glad at times like this I'm not the one who has to make these decisions, to be perfect.
It's an unenviable position to be in, isn't it? Look, Tom, sticking with the Telegraph, and we talked a lot about refugees and we talk a lot about migrants. What about émigrés from Russia?
So I think this is a really important and interesting angle on this. So there's a comment piece here by Ben Judah in the Sunday Telegraph, and just talking about how obviously the immediate tragedy in all of this is, of course, what's going on in Ukraine. But there is a kind of parallel tragedy going on in Russia where it's basically making a complete totalitarian turn from being an authoritarian society to a properly totalitarian society. People potentially being locked up for 15 years for just calling the war a war. Again, Facebook, Instagram being taken offline, all of the kind of the symbols of Russia's kind of post-Soviet emergence into modernity, whether it's silly things like McDonald's through to just broader kind of businesses and all the rest of it, has just completely disappeared. And there's this whole section of society who did look to the West still, despite Vladimir Putin, who do appreciate those kind of liberal ideals, who are now left in a very precarious position. And the point that he makes here is that in the same way that during the Cold War we were open to those dissidents and all the rest of it in the West, that we should remain open to them now, which I think is an important point.
There's some interesting reporting in the press today. There's one particular story, and in fact you've covered this on your Spiked website about Instagram being banned, and we just spoke to our cybersecurity expert a minute ago. And there's an Instagram influencer who has been crying on her channel saying, this is how I make my money, and without Instagram I can't make my money. Now, the way she's being depicted in the press is, well, look at her whinging, she's just a Russian. And I was sat here and we were talking, I said, I always sort of looked back and thought, how did a whole country in war, how does a whole country of people hate another whole country of people? And you're starting to see it being a little bit encouraged now in the messages that we're receiving, because I feel sorry for the woman. She's lost her income. It doesn't make a difference to me whether she's Russian or, whatever, or British. She's a victim, even though she's Russian. Is that a controversial thing to say?
It feels like it's becoming a controversial thing to say. And we've seen so many different cases of this where you're essentially seeing kind of collective punishment. Now, obviously, the sanctions are one separate thing, but even just the difficulty with which, say, Russian artists in the West have found in recent days finding performances cancelled because they haven't condemned the war in strong enough terms, despite the fact that condemning the war, particularly if you've still got family in Russia, it's a very dangerous thing to do. And it just plays into that narrative of the Kremlin, which is to say they hate you because you're Russian, not because of what the government has done. It's important we don't indulge that.
I think just to pick up on that point, Tom and Bev, I think you're absolutely right. One of the things that we can do to, I know this sounds really trite, but support the war effort is to make those distinctions and actually say it's not Russians we hate, it's what your leaders are doing. Call the war, but protect your family. And if you do not support that stance, then you are welcome here. You are one of the allies, because that undermines the Russian story.
Absolutely.
Let's change tack, because I think we need to look at something a little bit lighter. And The Observer is looking at the Mollusk of the Year awards.
Oh, I love this. Absolutely. Let me look. I've got notes. OK, so it's a competition. Mollusk of the Year.
Right.
Everybody is invited to vote.
Really?
What's a mollusk?
Well, that's a fair question.
I might hear you ask. It's things like slugs and snails, but also clams, octopus, anything with a big muscular foot, their intestines in a sack, and there's 120,000 known species. Now, this Mollusk of the Year competition is run by scientists who are saying we need to study this kind of group of species much more, because it'll help us understand their evolution. It'll help us understand things like ocean acidification, which helps us understand climate change better. And also, potentially, some of these creatures might have really amazing potential for us to improve organic engineering, chemical products that they might create organically that might be used in pharmaceuticals and medicines and stuff like this. So the winner of the Mollusk of the Year, whichever mollusk it is, are you looking at the time going, how long?
No, I love this. I could listen to this all day.
So the winner of the Mollusk of the Year is going to have its DNA sequenced, thank you, so that more research can be done. You've got 5 to choose from. It's already been shortlisted.
Right.
The painted snail, the telescope snail, the barge footer, which is some kind of snail with a horn-shaped. The naval shipworm, which eats like wood, eats shit, and the sea butterfly. And you've got until Tuesday to vote.
Wow.
Oh, pick your favourites.
I am lost for words on that one.
We will bring. You know what? Do we know when the winner is announced?
No, but we can find out.
We will
online.
Definitely let our GB News
can
viewers.
I come back and announce the Mollusk?
No, I think that would be fabulous. Wearing a little shell crown, maybe.
And they're going to get their own column in one of the newspapers.
A water column. Hey.
Tom Slater, Mariana Hotter. Thankfully, we've run out of time.
Oh,
thank you.
No.
Thank you very much indeed. OK, back to the serious matters that are all going on, of course. We try and have a little break from, but we can't get away for long. We have been, as a country, very generous, which is a good thing to know. It's a good thing to hear. More than £150 million has been donated to the UK Disaster and Emergency Committee to help people fleeing from Ukraine.
But while many of us have dug deep into our pockets, there are fresh warnings that scammers are taking advantage of the situation with fake charity sites. Would you believe?
Let's talk to our London reporter, Alice Porter, who's outside the Charity Commission in central London. This does beg a belief, Alice, that people will try to take advantage of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sadly, whenever there is a disaster, like we saw with the pandemic, for example, we saw loads of rogue websites and links and for the NHS supposedly and things like that. And what we've seen then, there are fresh warnings that that's exactly what will be happening here with the situation in Ukraine, where there's a lot of people who want to make generous donations to help those in need. There'll be other people who sadly are trying to take advantage of the situation, and there's worries about fake, bogus charity websites, fake sort of pleading emails and letters, often sort of saying there's a child in need and exaggerating a sort of sense of urgency in order to get your donation. I mean, I was quite struck by that. Cybersecurity experts are also warning that some people are asking for Bitcoin, and there's real worries about how people will be using cryptocurrency in that way to scam money from people as well. And of course, there have been some people who've been requesting that their money be transferred out of Ukraine, supposedly, as they try and sort of get out of their country, fleeing the situation. But there are fresh warnings that actually, if you were to be implicated within that and taking in money from people that you don't know, you could be in a situation where you're involved unintentionally with money laundering. So it's really potentially quite a dire situation. In terms of how widespread it is, it's really hard to get a figure on it. I mean, the City of London Police, they say they've come across a number of bogus websites, but there's no doubt this is probably going on it's a much bigger picture, but it's just so hard to know how often this is going up. A website will pop up, ask for donations, and then will stop. Now, if anyone's watching this though and thinking, oh my goodness me, I've made a donation, or I want to make a donation, I think it's just important to be really savvy, and that the Charity Commission has been giving a number of warnings and suggestions that people can do. So, for example, just always do your research, because there are a number of new charities that are operating, and just make sure your money is going to a reputable organisation. Check the website details, go onto the website itself, check the link for it, and don't feel pressured to make any donations either. I think sometimes, of course, charity appeals are pulling on our heartstrings, and what a terrible situation it is in Ukraine. But it's important just to take your time and take your research before you make any unwise donation to a cause that you wouldn't want to be giving your money to.
Okay, Alice Porter, thank you for that. And it's just really good advice, isn't it? If you're feeling you can give something, just check the sites that you're going to, and it's a.
They just take advantage of people's good nature, don't they? There's always somebody waiting in the wings, isn't there, for a scam at a time like this?
This is what really surprises me. You know, it really surprises me that there are people out there. We all know there are bad people out there, but that they would take advantage in the most vulnerable of times. I suppose it's common sense if you're a scam artist. But it really, really bugs me that people can do that. But it's a horrific situation, of course, in Ukraine. We're looking at, I think the official figures are something like 2.5 million people have already left the country. They're looking at that expanding to about 4 million people. So they expect about 12 million displaced within Ukraine itself. And for those people who are still there, when you look at cities like Mariupol, I mean, to be fair, they've put up one hell of a fight because they're expecting Mariupol, which is comparatively close to the Russian border, to fall very quickly. Well, it just hasn't done. But as a result of that, it's been absolutely bombarded, and the people there have been cut off for the best part of a fortnight now, with no electricity, no fuel, no power, no running water in many cases. They're running out of food. It is turning into an absolutely desperate situation there, and it's things like that when you think, well, at what point is that going to force the West to do any more? You can't just sit back and watch a city full of people starve.
There are tough people, Ukraine are a tough country. We got a sense of that before, didn't we, from our cyber expert who was talking about his time there. But there's a couple of good documentaries, actually, if I'm allowed to recommend them. There's one called Ukraine on Fire, and there's Winter on Fire, and there's an Oliver Stone film, Ukraine on Fire. And they both take a slightly different perspective on... they're not movies, they're documentaries, fly on the wall. They both take a slightly different take on the revolution in Ukraine 8 years ago, the Maidan, the Dignity Revolution, as it was called, when Yanukovych was overthrown. And it does make for very interesting viewing in order to put this in some sort of historical context, because it's already been 15,000 Ukrainians died in the last 8 years in this conflict. Already 1 million had fled the country. We're just now tapping into it in the West as this invasion has obviously ramped up dramatically in the last 18 days.
Yeah, we let the whole Crimea situation slide pretty much back in 2014. Look, so we're going to be talking about all that, but also coming up, we've got a guest in the next hour on...
It's a cool job, if you fancy a cool job.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of sublime to the ridiculous. The Queen is hiring a new helicopter pilot, and she put an ad in the papers. Like you do. One must put an advert in the papers. Have you got... who flies your chopper?
Well, do you know what? I'm not a big fan of helicopters. No. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of helicopters. I always think there's a lot of accidents in helicopters, considering how few helicopters there are. They have, fairly common accidents, which is actually why the Queen has asked for this, because she wants Prince William to stop flying his own flipping helicopter. That's why, isn't it? She says, just calm down, we're going to need you.
He's properly trained. I mean, he was flying all the... air and sea rescue
it's
stuff.
It's like the equivalent of my son getting a motorbike, though, isn't it? But or my grandson. It's that the Queen is like, just be careful now. She's worrying about him, so she's advertised for a proper helicopter pilot.
But it's a bit odd. It's a bit odd to put the advert in the papers, doesn't it?
She really has done that.
I mean, because it's not just any old person that can do it. I mean, we're going to have to be good, but presumably they're going to have to be ex-military. They're going to have to be security vetted to within an inch of their life.
Yeah.
To do all of this. So it does seem a bit odd that they put the advert in the papers. And how much are they paying?
Well,
we're
going to try and find out all the information for you.
Yes, we're talking to Angela Levin about that in the next hour. Plus, of course, we're covering all the main stories of the day. Stay with us. Let's have a look at the weather for you then. And the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. Now, the southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers. The showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for North East England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later, as you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
Hello, I'm Alastair Stewart, and I'd invite you to join me at noon on Saturdays and Sundays for Alastair Stewart and Friends. I've been in this business for over 40 years. And now, here at GB News, I've never been happier. I get to choose the big stories that really interest me. We hear what you have to say, and you hear what I have to say. I really hope you can join me, noon on Saturdays and Sundays.
Join me, Anaya Falarin Iman, for the discussion every Sunday at 3 p.m. here. From big ideas to questions shaping the public conversation, we tackle the moral, cultural and political implications of news stories.
We need to share this conversation democratically.
It has become so toxic, this debate.
They relish this kind of discourse.
From fascinating guests to challenging ideas, you won't want to miss it. The discussion every Sunday at 3 p.m. here, GB News.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Russian air raids strike villages outside the Ukrainian capital Kiev as President Putin's forces gather just miles from the city.
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock on Sunday the 13th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK for you today on your TV, on your radio and online.
Coming up this morning.
Well, as Russian forces close in on Kiev, Ukrainian President Zelensky tells his people that humanitarian aid for the besieged city of Mariupol will get through later on today.
Humanitarian corridors which were agreed upon have worked. 12,729 people were evacuated. The humanitarian aid for Mariupol is to arrive on Sunday afternoon.
Our reporter Paul Hawkins is back for us once again from Ukraine's border with Romania. We're going to be joining him live.
Good morning, we're live at Sighetu Marmației, one of the major crossings between Ukraine and Romania. Coming up, we'll have all the latest on the humanitarian situation.
And while many Brits have been digging deep to help charities working with Ukrainian refugees, there are new warnings that fraudsters could be after your cash.
I'm Alice Porter and I'm outside the Charity Commission where there are fresh warnings that scam artists could be trying to steal your donations meant for charities supporting those in Ukraine.
Lots of you have been getting in touch this morning, so if you would like to contribute to any of our discussions, email us gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
So things are moving pretty fast in Ukraine. Certainly there seems to be a bit of an upping of Russia's game on day 18. President Putin's soldiers are gathering in some force on the outskirts of Kiev.
Russian airstrikes have attacked targets around the capital, and reports are just coming in of missile strikes against targets close to the border with Poland. In the south of the country, the city of Mariupol effectively remains under siege, with inhabitants enduring freezing weather and dwindling supplies of food and water.
Well, President Zelensky says Ukraine can hold out for months on current food supplies. He said in his latest video address that humanitarian aid is on the way to Mariupol. It should get there, apparently, this afternoon. Which
is very good news, actually. It's
if
he's right, that is good news.
OK, let's show you the situation in Kiev this morning. And see what the pictures are. I mean, do you know, it's a very similar image to the one we had yesterday, and if you're listening on the radio, it is just, looks like a nice vista of over the city of Kiev. One or two vehicles moving in the foreground. The problem is, as we've said and keep saying on all of this, where it might appear to be quiet, there are reports of explosions, there are reports of gunfire, and of course the tension in the city must be absolutely palpable now with these reports that at least some of Putin's troops are assembled just a few kilometres away from Kiev. It is essential from his perspective that he manages to take the capital. It's also comparatively quiet, of course, because so many people have left the capital. Coming up to sort of half or two-thirds of the population have now gone, so we understand it from sources on the ground. So as peaceful as it may look, the people there have, we understand, been woken up once again by those sirens sounding today.
Absolutely. Joining us now to give some greater perspective on what is happening is Vladimir Yermolenko, Chief Editor at Ukraine World. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So we were just looking at the pictures there from here, from our aerial vantage point. It does look peaceful to us. What is it like for you there? How has it changed in the last 24 hours?
Well, you rightly said that basically Kiev is very calm, but at the same time very tense. There are checkpoints everywhere. There are many people who joined the territorial defense. Those people who left the cities are mostly women and children. Kiev mayor says that there are still 2 million people in Kiev. Kiev is well protected, actually, from the anti-air systems. The battles are in the suburbs mostly, and Ukrainians are showing that they are able to stop the land invasion with their anti-tank missiles. The key problem, I think, is whether the Russians will be bombarding Kiev from the skies, from the airplanes, and whether they will use systems of like fire, like Grad systems or some other rocket missiles fire against the city. But the city is very decisive to defend itself.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are concerns. The more that President Putin is frustrated, there are concerns the more barbaric he may be in terms of his attack on places like Kiev, just wanting to flatten the city. I mean, as someone who is there, and obviously, you know people on the ground there, I mean, how do you even begin to cope with that hanging over you?
Well, doesn't make any sense to think about it if you're staying in the city. As I said, if, for example, Russians are entering on land, they will face fierce opposition because many people are now in the territorial defense with their Kalashnikovs and are ready for street fights. But of course, you say if the Putin is getting more barbaric. Well, he's already barbaric, a remarkable, inhumane war, which can only be compared with Hitler and with all other atrocities of the 20th century. Obviously, Putin is now really wanting to destroy Ukraine as a nation. And in fact, he's destroying Russia as a country, as a nation at the same time. So this is a syndrome of a wounded empire which tries to regain the territories which it thinks are their own, with huge destruction, but actually is shooting in its leg and destroying itself. But what was today very important this night is that there was a missiles attack on Novoyavorivsk in Lviv Oblast, and it's only 20 kilometers from the NATO-EU border. And I think NATO should also realize that Russians are waging a war against NATO for a long time already, and they are approaching NATO borders.
Do you, Volodymyr, given the conflict between these two countries for at least 8 years, do you blame solely Putin and the Russians at this point, or do you have some anger towards the American president, perhaps at this time, or and also NATO? Were we caught napping? Do you feel that they hold some element of responsibility?
I blame Russians, of course, not only Putin, but Russians, because Russians are supporting Putin. You see the major support, and unfortunately, this nation just go to the insanity, the insane fantasies of Mr. Putin, which are spread through his propaganda. You should understand that for these 8 or even more years, Russian state TV just was fooled with hate speech towards Ukrainians, Europeans, etc. And this is what we were in Ukraine. The people who are dealing with information were showing to Europeans, to Americans all this time. I think the West's action is very good right now, with only one little point, that it would be okay for 2014, the beginning of the war. So it's delaying, it's lagging behind actually the events, and of course the unwillingness to provide Ukraine with, for example, with fighter jets is very deplorable. But Ukraine really needs more ammunition, more armament, and primarily anti-air systems, because basically Russians, as you see, do not have any advantage on the ground, on the land, but they have advantage in the skies. Therefore, they are bombing Ukrainian cities, hospitals, maternity houses, green corridors. You see all these atrocities that they are doing, and basically they're waging the war against civilians, not Ukrainian army.
Okay. Volodymyr Yermolenko, appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's that whole, I mean, it's so difficult, isn't it, to know when you get those calls, as you do for, I mean, he wasn't calling actually for closing the skies, as seems to be the phrase, but just for getting more munitions in. Well, that in itself is proving to be poking the bear somewhat in all of this. And indeed, how do we get them in? But clearly, we can't sit back and do absolutely nothing, and especially in the wake of the huge refugee crisis, which is underway amidst all of this. Paul Hawkins is in Romania for us this morning, where, I mean, these countries, the border countries, Paul, have done, I mean, an incredible job, actually, in just getting people across the border and just trying to cope with them, at least in the short term.
Yeah, hi, Stephen. You're absolutely right. Trying to get people across the border. In fact, just where we were, we've moved away from the border. I'll explain why in a minute. But at that border crossing, we've been talking to Ukrainians that are sending aid into and out of the border, that are trying to get people backwards and forwards across. And it's a similar story all along Ukraine's border, whether you're here in Romania or whether you're in Poland or in Hungary. So it is a familiar story. Just to explain where we are, because you're probably wondering, we're in the back garden of a hostel that's owned by an English man, and he's come back from Bristol to reopen it in the winter. He closes it, goes back to Bristol normally in the winter, but he's come back to reopen it to try and help the Ukrainian refugees. So this is the hostel just behind us, and the man himself is Rob Larkham, who is the owner of Cobb Wob Hostel. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. We've had this hostel going for about 20 years now, and we came back about 2 weeks ago. We've had several Ukrainian refugees come through. We've got a number of English volunteers here as well. And they are sort of staying and distributing food into the lorries and getting medication, and they're raising money in the UK at the moment. So if you see anything that people who are small organisations who are trying to raise quite a lot of money, then it's a good place to donate, to be honest.
Yeah.
Can I show you around?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please. So if you just show us around, so we'll go and have a little wander around Cobweb Hostel there. By the way, those mattresses have been donated. Oh, haven't they?
They have.
Yeah.
And this is Diego, and Diego is a volunteer from England. He's from Oxford.
Hi, Diego. Hi. Hiya. You're live on GB News.
Oh, live.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you've only just woken up, I think. Yeah, and you're helping out at the hostel.
I've been helping out at a few warehouses nearby. Earlier at the border, but thankfully there are quite a lot of people around to help out. So it seems like at this border crossing, a lot of the support is in taking supplies into Ukraine because there's not so many people coming out.
Yeah. So and why did you feel the need to come and help out?
Honestly, I was on holiday in the mountains south of here, and for 3 days I was here with a couple of friends, and all we were talking about and thinking about is what's happening in Ukraine, the border crossing, so it made sense to come along.
Yeah, brilliant. Great stuff. Thank you. Cheers for speaking to us, Diego. Thank you. We'll let Diego get back to it. Oh, as Jim almost falls over a step. Cameraman Jim, well done, Jim. Just mind the steps here. So we're going to walk up the steps here and just show you a little bit of Cobweb Hostel here. So we're coming into the reception area here, and so
these two ladies are Ukrainian. Unfortunately, they don't speak very good English. So, although her son-in-law's English lives in Switzerland, and they've been here for about a week.
Okay.
So I'll just sort of show you around, and you see what we've got and
sure.
what we're doing.
Sure. And just very quickly, how many people can stay here? How many people can you fit in the hostel?
We can get in about 20, and at the moment we've got about 12, I think.
Right. Okay.
Although some of them are relatives and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. And so here are the rooms then at the moment.
But I should tell you this room's occupied. There's nobody in here at the moment because it's Diego's room. But this is the sort of setup we have here.
Here you go. So this is one of the rooms.
It's a bit of a mess, I'm afraid. But then, I think you have to understand that, people are coming and going. We haven't had time to sort of set this up and clean it up. So, just so you get an idea of what we're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know who else is here at the moment. There's over here we have 2 showers, we have toilets. Right down at the bottom of the house we have a kitchen. Let me just go and see who's in the other room a second. I know we've got a sleeping girl. I don't want to go in there.
No, we don't want to go in there. Let's just have a look in here.
Okay,
so this gives you a kind of idea of the kind of accommodation that people are getting when they come to Sugetu here, that Rob's providing for them. And what sort of changes have you had to make to the reopening the hostel at such short notice? That must have been quite a challenge.
Well, it sort of has, because the whole heating system here runs on wood, and so we had to buy in quite a lot of wood. We had to change quite a lot of the mattresses. We've actually got new mattresses on the beds now. And there's also a question of having food and stuff like that, though as I said, people have donated quite a lot of money, so we've actually been able to manage buying in the wood and all the other stuff that we need, really.
And the town has really I hear there's been a big kind of impetus in the town. Look, you were telling me about a restaurant earlier.
Yes, that's right. Finn's Bar in the middle of town. They're giving out free meals to Ukrainians. Again, they've sort of raised money in Holland, and every day, I think it is now, people can go there at lunchtime and have free food. And so many people in this town have opened up their accommodations. The hotels are offering free beds. It's been quite amazing, considering it's such a sleepy little town. They've done amazingly well.
Yeah, they do seem to have, and it's a small area. It's had a big impact, hasn't it?
A huge impact, and very quick. No one was really expecting it. I mean, they all saw that Mr. Putin was over the border, but they never thought he would come into Ukraine. But of course, now we have this situation.
And just very quickly, obviously you're doing a lot. There's a lot of British people doing a lot. Do you think the UK government could or should do more?
I'm not quite sure what the UK government are doing. I honestly don't know, because I've been away for 2 weeks, but. We haven't really seen much sign of anything from the UK here, to be honest.
Right, okay.
It's supposed to do from other countries. Sorry.
All right, great. No, that's okay. Thank you, Rob. Listen, thank you for taking us in at such short notice and showing us around. Really appreciate it. So there you go. That is, Rob, one British man that's doing all he can to try and help with the humanitarian effort, along with all the other countries that are helping around Ukraine's border, not just here in Romania.
Yeah, OK. Paul, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Paul.
Isn't it interesting when you sort of, often when things happen and you think, well, what can I do? What can one person do? Well, that's one person helping, you know, over the period of time, a lot of people. And I just think we should never underestimate what one person can do.
Some good people out there, aren't there, hey?
Yeah,
the best of humanity at the worst of times. OK, let's bring you up to date.
President Zelensky has claimed Russia is using blackmail and bribery to force local officials to form a pseudo-republic in the southern Kherson region. Local officials say Russia is planning to stage a referendum there. Mr. Zelensky is encouraging Ukrainians to maintain their resistance.
Humanitarian aid is expected to arrive in Mariupol this afternoon after being held up overnight due to constant shelling from Russian forces. Local authorities say close to 1,600 civilians have been killed due to the bombardment and a 12-day blockade.
The Prime Minister will host a two-day summit with Nordic and Baltic leaders from tomorrow. Over dinner at Chequers and meetings in Downing Street, he'll urge them to come together to ensure no other nations fall victim to Russian aggression. Well, as the Russian invasion enters that 18th day, there are concerns growing over the security of food supplies, wheat in particular, because it is a breadbasket of the world. Pretty much 80% of grain comes from the sort of Ukrainian and those Russian regions. So it's causing a huge concern. And on top of all of that, of course, the sort of immediate concern of refugees is still absolutely critical.
Absolutely. So let's discuss these issues. We're joined live by Alan Mendoza. Alan is the Executive Director of the Henry Jackson Society. Good morning, Alan. Thank you for joining us. Help us understand a little bit about this, because this is something we're kind of all getting our heads around, these practical and logistical implications at a time like this.
Well, I think there are, constant practical and logistical, measures that need to be undertaken. It's a war zone at the end of the day. And in reality, all the sides in this discussion, in this conflict, and let's be frank, we are a part of this conflict, even though we're pretending we're not, have to understand what is happening at any given moment on the ground, in the air, in financial markets and beyond. So we're dealing with a very complicated set of circumstances, and it's for us to have to work out how best to react and then act proactively as well.
So how do we best react to these sort of circumstances? Because we're not only talking about, as we said, the humanitarian crisis, which needs immediate looking at, of course, but there is questions about food security, there's questions about energy security, there's questions about the impact that sanctions are having on us back here and across the United States and Europe and everywhere else. I mean, this is bringing up issues which are affecting us every single day.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the key to this is to understand the likely playthrough of some of these measures. So, for example, you mentioned, the humanitarian crisis. Well, we're reacting to that now. The British people have shown they want to react to this in a certain way, and the government has decided to follow. So you can see, how policy changes on that. On the sanctions front, on the financial front, we're fully aware that there'll be some pain attached, obviously, to isolating Russia in this way, particularly on the energy front. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. It just simply means that we have to understand going forwards how policy in that area then impacts on people domestically. And if the government has, for example, levers that it can pull to alleviate some of these extraordinary circumstances that are now upon us, then it probably needs to do that in the coming budget.
OK. Well, how do you feel the British government is doing so far? What would you like them to do differently?
Well, I think the government has been excellent on the international coalition side. I mean, there's no doubt that Boris Johnson has been leading the world, frankly, in the absence of a strong steer from the US President Joe Biden. And Boris has been everywhere when it comes to diplomatic action and in taking those actions. I think when it comes to humanitarian policy, we have lagged behind. That's now changed quite dramatically. I think when it comes, obviously, to the sanctioning of oligarchs section, we've also lagged behind, but we're now showing signs of getting more serious very quickly. So I think in certain areas it's an A star, in certain other areas it might be a C moving to a B, but obviously I think we'll be at A level pretty soon.
Well, let's hope so. Alan Mendoza from the Henry Jackson Society, thanks for your analysis this morning. And this is, it's interesting. You say we're improving in these areas. We were a bit of a slow start, but we're getting there. I think the problem is these situations require an immediate start, which we can't deliver. I mean, you can never deliver an immediate start with all of these things, and we all sort of have the benefit of hindsight, don't we, in all of this, and say we should have pre-planned weeks and weeks ago. It's extremely difficult, isn't it? And
we were coming out of the back of two of the toughest years we've known as a country with the pandemic. I'm not sure it's entirely coincidental that Putin chose now to do this, knowing that the West was debilitated to some extent. He has a war chest of several billions, which he put to one side knowing this was coming, whereas we've been emptying our pots fairly quickly.
OK, let us know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk. We're going to take a break now that it's 9:23, very nearly, but we've got plenty more still to come, including those warnings that scammers are running fake charity websites trying to steal your donations for Ukrainian refugees. Let's have a look at the weather for you then, and the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. Now, the southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers, the showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for North East England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later, as you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Lots of people have been extremely generous in this country when it comes to the Ukrainian situation. More than £150 million has been donated so far to the UK Disasters and Emergency Committee to help people fleeing from the war.
But while many of you have dug deep into your pockets, there are fresh warnings that scammers are taking advantage of the situation with fake charity sites.
Well, let's get the latest from our London reporter, Alice Porter, who's outside the Charity Commission in central London. Morning, Alice.
Good morning there. Absolutely. I mean, just when you thought the situation in Ukraine couldn't get any worse, there are fresh warnings today of bogus charity websites, fake pleading letters, fake Airbnb accounts. I know a lot of us donated money towards Airbnb in terms of allowing refugees into specific homes, but there's warnings that some of those accounts are bogus. There's also been some particularly strong warnings from cybersecurity experts warning that people are being asked to donate in Bitcoin, and there's a real worry there about how cryptocurrency is being used in that way to try and sort of really fleece people of their money. And there's also concerns that there are some people who are being asked to take money out of Ukraine, and the worry is that the people who are being asked to do that is that they're moving out of Ukraine, and there's concerns that you could be implicated with money laundering or fraud. So a number of really, really stark warnings there. In terms of how widespread this issue is, it's quite hard to say. I mean, the City of London Police, they've been looking into this, and they found a number of rogue websites. But of course, the real number will most likely be a lot higher than that. It's just, of course, so hard to track. But we know that in times of a disaster, in times of an emergency, people sadly want to take advantage of the situation. We sadly saw that with a pandemic. I know a lot of people, myself included, you got a text or an email saying it was the NHS test and trace app, and in fact it wasn't, trying to steal your information or worse. So we know that people do this in times of disaster, and that's sadly what we're seeing with the situation in Ukraine, because there are these reports that are coming out from a number of organisations, not just in the UK though, but across the world as well, that there are scam artists who are trying to make a buck on the situation. So if anyone's watching this though and thinking, well, I still want to be giving my money, I still want to be donating, of course, goodness me, there is so much need out there. I think it's just important that you think very carefully about where you're giving your money to. So do your research, look on the website, and make sure that the website is genuine, particularly when you're looking on your phone. It'd be very easy to not look at the website address. So do have a proper look, do your research into the charities. Some of them are new and popping up, and many may be legitimate, many may not be. And the other thing I think it's important to point out is that you sometimes can feel pressured to give money in those situations, and people, scam artists, will take advantage of that. So if you're being pressured in terms of emails that are pleading with you, often, and sadly, what some experts are saying is they're encouraging people to give money if there's someone particularly in a state of emergency. And so if you feel like your emotions are being played on in that way, people are urging you to just stop, have a think. If it's a reputable charity, they'll want you to have a think about it. So it's reasonable to take your time. And of course, just make sure if you do want to donate, using credit cards is a better solution than perhaps doing a bank transfer, or certainly using something like PayPal. So just do your research. I'm sure there are many charities who are really keen to make sure that they still have your donations. But of course, you've just got to be really careful, because sadly, there are some scam artists out there who are using this terrible, terrible humanitarian crisis to take advantage of the situation.
Shocking stuff. Alice, thank you. And actually, if you have any contact with any charity, you will see they have a charity number. And on any communications, it will list their charity number. Go to the Charity Commission website. You can put it in, see if it's legitimate or not. It's an easy way of doing it.
OK, you've been in touch with us all morning. Thank you very much. Steve has said, we were talking about Instagram being banned in Russia. He said it's not just the woman on Instagram that's lost her income. What about all the employees with companies, i.e. McDonald's, etc.? They've all closed. This does not hurt Putin directly, only the Russian people. The public can only protest for which they are arrested. Yeah. You're right,
the idea. It ultimately puts pressure on the leadership, doesn't it? If there's dissent within the country, I mean, that's the argument, but it's a slow process.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
It's whether it cares.
Yeah, well, this is the issue, isn't it? I think you're right. Gary, morning to you, Gary, and you've nailed it, Gary. People are people all over the world. Good, bad, black, white, good and bad Muslims, good and bad Christians, good and bad Russians and Ukrainians. It's the people in charge who are the ones to judge. Absolutely right.
Quite right. You might have heard the discussion that we had earlier with Marianne Hotter about perhaps there is a little Western hypocrisy here, that there are always refugees in need of houses, and yet now is the time the government are offering £350 a month for us to take them. And Christine has got in touch on that. And actually, she offers an interesting perspective. Christine says the Ukrainians needing refugee homes are children with their mothers, as the fathers have remained to fight in their homeland. This war of attrition, we are helpless as in real time. The destruction of God help them, their fight is our fight. And I think that maybe that's why there's a sense, whether it's right or wrong, but perhaps they're thinking, well, we'll take mums and children and...
While the men are over there fighting, because of course the men can't leave if they're aged between 18 and 60. They have to stay and fight. Let us know what you think about all of that. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Go on then, you can do this one.
Day 3. It's the first time we've done that in 3 days. We've done
bad.
all right, haven't we?
Not bad.
And Diamond's having a lovely holiday, so I'm here with you, keeping the seat warm just this weekend and next.
In the Caribbean.
I'll go. OK, stay with us, still to come. Wanted, one helicopter pilot. Must have excellent communication skills. Is that what it says in the ad? The Queen is after a new member of staff, and if you're quick, you can still apply.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
That you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Now, are you looking for a job at the moment? Well, we may have just the thing for you. It's a bit specialised, though, because Queen Elizabeth is looking for a helicopter pilot to provide the highest standards of helicopter service to members of the royal family on official engagements. One would imagine the standard would have to be quite high.
Fairly high.
No bumpy rides.
To tell us more about this and have a look at the job spec, we're joined now by royal biographer and commentator Angela Levin. Good morning, Angela. Thank you for joining us. Have you had a look at the job specification? Can you give our viewers and our listeners a little idea of what's involved in this very important role?
Well, one of the things that actually disturbed me is that they've got to be so flexible that they've got to travel, be ready to travel at night. I can't imagine that the Queen will want to be travelling at night unless they want to get her quickly to hospital. But I think the idea is that you are super clever, you're flexible, you're proactive, and you're there anytime that you're wanted. When I first heard about it, I thought perhaps she wants to prepare for the next Olympic Games, because you remember in 2012, she landed in the middle of the Olympics. She walked out of Buckingham Palace, but somebody else obviously landed in the middle of the auditorium, and everybody absolutely loved it. So I thought to myself, no, probably that's not true. I think that the main reason is that she is very concerned about Prince William flying with his family. It was never allowed in her time, but William decided that that's what he wanted to do. He didn't want to leave Catherine on a flight and him go alone. And then it was sort of softened down, and the three children are there and they all go as a family. But she is concerned, one, about them travelling together for obvious reasons. It would be catastrophic if hopefully it would never happen, but there was some sort of problem with the helicopter. And the other is because she's very...
Forgive me, Angela, wasn't that something that came up with Charles and Diana when the boys were very young, that they all went on a flight together and it was seen as breaking the rules? It was a long time ago now.
Yes, he had to fight very hard for it, Prince Charles. And she wanted to put it back, so I heard, with William, but he's fought hard for it as well. I think the problem perhaps also is that if something does happen with Prince William, we risk having Prince Harry taking a very strong position. I mean, he hasn't been knocked off the list for the royal family, and I think maybe this is her making sure, or trying her best to make sure, that he can't be in position like that. I think it's very difficult for her, but I think there's something quite strongly about sorting out things. I mean, as we saw before, she asked for the Duchess of Cornwall to become Queen Consort, not Princess. And I think this could very well be part of her tidying up process and doing her best.
Angela, do you think the Queen is a good employer? Do you think working for the royal family would be a fun experience for most people?
Well, I think that what they feel then is enormous sense of devotion to her. I don't know about the fun. They have to be absolutely pedantic about what they do and get it right. But a lot of the people who have worked for her have done it for decades. And I think she's very funny with her staff. You know, she's very understanding. And I think that they would actually devote themselves to her. But if we look around, you see, the Duchess of Cornwall can't bear helicopters. She's terrified of them. I don't think you can get her in one unless it's really essential for the engagements that they have to do. Prince Charles is fine about it. But the money, what's interesting is the amount of salary they're prepared to offer. And whoever gets it, it's $78,500 a year, which sounds not too bad. And Prince William got $40,000 a year when he was an ambulance pilot. So you can see things have gone up, really. But he still loves to play.
It's a job with a lot of import, isn't it? Look, just very briefly, Angela, why have they advertised it like this? Because, I mean, surely, to goodness, this is going to have to go to someone who's ex-military, isn't it?
Well, I think she just wanted to try and get somebody quick. The deadline for it is the 17th of March, which is not very long. Far away, and perhaps it was difficult to make quick decisions within the military. I think they're just covering all corners, really.
Yeah. Angela, really good to talk to you, as always. Have a good Sunday.
Thanks, Angela.
Wherever you're flying off to.
Oh, very good. I like whoever came up with Royal Airline. You can't take credit for that this morning, can you? Was that your creative genius?
No, it wasn't.
And just in case you are interested, you have to live within 1 hour of RAF Odiham, which is apparently in Surrey, near just east of Basingstoke.
Right. Oh, well, there you go.
I want to help the Queen.
That's me out.
She wants to fill this job quite quickly. I'm feeling a sense of responsibility. 17th of March. You've got until to apply for it.
Yeah, if you've got any sort of criminal record, I don't think you're going to pass the security test on that one. So, there you go. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. Whoever gets that job, we'll never find out, I don't think. Now to matters which are affecting every single one of us. Energy bills grew 14 times higher than wages this year. That's according to the TUC.
That's right. And with families and businesses up and down the country feeling the squeeze on already inflated fuel prices, what can we do to manage the situation?
Well, let's talk to the CEO of Money Magpie, Jasmine Birtles. Morning to you, Jasmine. I mean, look, the 14 times faster than wages, well, that's worrying, and we know it's going to get worse because of the Ukraine situation and the sanctions. So there's a desperate need for people to really know how to buckle down on costs at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. It is really tough. And as you say, prices were going up anyway, and we knew they were going to continue to go up this year. But now we have the Russia-Ukraine situation, which has stopped a lot of oil and certainly gas coming to Europe. Now, we get 5% of our gas from Russia, so that in itself doesn't hugely affect us, but we do get a lot of our gas from Europe, and so if the price goes up there, then that affects us. So the difficulty for a lot of people is to know how to keep a lid on the cost, because we know that prices are going up in April. We were told that a while ago. The Ofgem is lifting the cap on prices in April. And they're also supposed to be going up in October, but it's now going to be even more than we expected. We do think that the government is going to, well, the government says they're going to announce a multi-billion pound package, probably on the 23rd of March, in the spring statement, to tell us how much how much they're going to help us with. But who knows?
It's very difficult, isn't it? Any other tips then at the moment, Jasmine? Are there any other kind of... are we able to shop around? We can't really, can we, at the moment, like we might be able to do under normal circumstances?
No, you're right. Usually we can shop around, and people like me go, shop around, but no. Yeah. It's really a question of keeping the costs down, keeping our usage down. So it's everything from cutting down our use of heating, cutting our, bringing down the I'm trying to think of the word, the temperature. One thing I do is I put foil behind the radiators on the outside walls. That stops a lot of the heat going out. It's wearing jumpers. It's not using not heating rooms that we don't use. It's all these little things which sound like, nothing much on their own, but together we can make them stop us paying quite so much. But I think, with some people, we need to really think very hard about whether we should move into a smaller place, whether we should move and share with other people. I mean, genuinely, for some people, I think it's going to be like that. Because for example, I have a neighbour who's a single parent, and she tells me that her energy bill will cost her a week's wages. She works part-time. She gets some universal credit, but it's going to be a week's wages for her. That's more than most people can cope with.
Oh, it's scary stuff. Jasmine, thank you. Good to talk to you. I mean, that's the reality of all of this. So we know, things say, well, it's going to go up more. We're going to have to pay more. We're going to have to pay more. Some people just cannot pay more. They're absolutely at their limits already. But the idea of having to move and share things when you don't want to is pretty blooming grim.
Isn't it?
Oh, OK, let's try and cheer things up for the last 10 minutes or so, because we've got the biggest sporting news and biggest showbiz events with Aidan McGee and Stephanie Tecci. Good morning, both.
Good morning, hello.
Now, let's talk football, rugby, first of all. Oh, get me words out. Eddie Jones has had an inexperienced side. That's what he's blaming, isn't it, Aidan?
Yeah, I think it's harsh to say blaming. I mean, you know, you look on the face of it, a defeat at home to Ireland doesn't happen too often for England over the years. But yesterday, I think they can take half performance. I mean, they were beaten 32-15 at Twickenham, but that doesn't tell the whole story. They lost one of their players, Charlie Ewells, to quite a difficult, an outlawed tackle after 82 seconds. So playing a man down. You don't get sendings off too often in rugby in terms of, when you compare them to football. But to play all that way through 80 minutes, or how many, 78 minutes plus added time, it was 15-all going into the last 10 minutes. Ireland are a top side as well. They could still win the Six Nations. And England succumbed to 2 late tries. But nonetheless, an excellent performance. Bursting with pride, Eddie Howe afterwards as well. England can now do Ireland a favour next week by going to Paris. France have 4 wins out of 4 at the moment. They're looking odds-on to win the Six Nations. If England go there and make life difficult for France, Ireland have to win their game, obviously, against Italy. That could give Ireland the Six Nations. Don't know if England are minded to do that, but I think in the form they're in and the resistance they put up yesterday, they're well capable of doing Ireland a favour next week, and that's why the tournament isn't quite over yet.
I'm not up to date with rugby. I'm not good with it. Is it like, the World Cup, if you lose, you get knocked out? Is that not the thing?
No. This is a round-robin event, so it's 6 nations in a six-team league. Italy are always the weakest side. They're not improving. It doesn't seem. I mean, they're getting better, I suppose. They've
got 22 against Scotland's 33, which I'm a bit surprised at.
Yeah, that's true. So the margins are getting narrower. There's no question about that. They're not being completely wiped out as they were 5-10 years ago. Because it used to be the 5 nations when we were kids. Italy were added to that. So, but they invariably most of the time finish as on the bottom with the wooden spoon. So. Scotland are still kicking around in there. They're not going to win it. Neither are England now, obviously. But it's a straight shootout now between Ireland and France next week. But Ireland will need snookers, as we say. England need to go there and get a result for Ireland next week, and Ireland have to win their game. So it's still open. It is still alive. Good performance by Ireland yesterday. They got the job done. And I think it was the Taoiseach was there yesterday, Michael.
Oh, he was. Yeah. Micheál Martin was
there. That's right. Yeah. So he must have sent. If a politician turns up, there's a victory on the offing, don't you?
Yeah. Well, you do. You do. So how does it work then? In case of France versus England, if France win that, are they guaranteed to take the title?
Yes. So that means they've won 5 out of 5.
Oh, wow.
So England are capable. England are in a transition period at the moment. There's some inexperienced players. They've had injuries as well, but they are capable of going to France and getting a result next week. They have an excellent record against France over the last 10, 15 years.
So will that guy that got sent off yesterday have been in massive big trouble from the boss?
Yeah, I would say so, because it was a tackle that was kind of...
He did a bit of a headbutt, didn't he?
Well, no, it's an upright tackle. So they're trying. Someone who doesn't really understand rugby might think, well, what's happened with that? We've been seeing that for years and years. That's been going on for decades. They're trying to outlaw that upright tackle because it causes head injury, and it's very, very serious. And so it has to go eradicated from the game. We saw it in football in the 80s and 90s. A tackle from behind, anything dangerous has been largely removed from the game. And some people will say, well, what about the contact? That's what the sport's about. That kind of stuff. We don't want to make rugby a non-contact sport, but there are safety issues at hand. And he would have been in trouble with the boss, no question about it, because they might have fancied their chances. Given the resistance they put up, they might have fancied their chance of beating Ireland. That would have been a hell of a scalp.
Talking about fancying your chances. Who's in with the chance at the BAFTAs tonight, Ms. Tecci?
Gosh, it is going to be... I think... You know what? I think the BAFTAs will surprise us, but I do think the British films are going to do the best. So we've got Sir Kenneth Branagh's Belfast film, which done really well, and it stars Jamie Dornan. So that's up for 6 nominations today. And we've got No Time to Die. 007. I think it will be good for them to win the Great British Outstanding Film tonight. Obviously, Daniel Craig will not be there because he's on Broadway preparing to play Macbeth. I do think it will be a big night for the Brits, but obviously the Hollywood glamour will be in town. Lady Gaga is up for Best Actress, for her performance in House of Gucci.
She'll be in a butcher's and she'll be stitching together that bacon for a frock tonight?
Maybe not, because the rumour has it, with everything that's going on with Ukraine, apparently a lot of the celebrities have been told to dress down and not make a big spectacle due to what's going on in the world. So I don't think maybe we'll be seeing the most outlandish BAFTA.
Do you know what, in terms of Gaga, she is far from Gaga, isn't she? I mean, she is so unbelievably talented. When you see her put on a show, I mean, I'm not a fan of her music particularly.
Yeah.
But when she puts on a show, like she did at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was unbelievable, and when she starts starring in these films, I mean, her acting ability is fantastic. I mean, she is one talented lady.
She's a perfectionist. Her and Beyonce shared this thing where I think they're just so oozing with creativity. I think anything they set their mind to do, they do it well, and they don't just do a stoppy job. Like, I find that, you know, most celebrities try to put their hands at different things, and it doesn't work. But Lady Gaga does it really well. So if she wins tonight, it will be her first BAFTA that she wins.
I saw both those films recently, actually. House of Gucci and Belfast. Couldn't really separate the two in terms of which I enjoy. But I love my local cinema has got reclining seats in every chair. I mean, I just lean back like that. You know, I'm in my element. I really am. I could have a massage or something.
Oh, I regularly pay to go to the cinema with my kids and then just have a nap. I've seen 50% of lots of movies in the last 2 years. Yeah, it's quite an expensive little nap.
I do like it. I do like a trip.
With Belfast, it took a while to tune into the kind of black and white, because it felt like I was watching something from a different era. But you are, really. It's set in the late 60s.
It kind of put me to sleep at
but it did. I got used to it after a few minutes, and I quite surprised myself, actually, my staying power.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. I tell you who's got staying power.
Yeah.
Is Sir Rod Stewart.
Oh, my
He's still going strong, but he's a bit worried about hitting a bump in his Ferrari.
Right. Yeah, you know the saying, if you want a job done, do it yourself. And Sir Rod is clearly taking that on. In Harlow, in Essex, where he lives, he's put on his high-vis jacket and he's got to work because he says no one's been filling the potholes in the area, and he cannot, guys, listen to this, he cannot drive his Ferrari.
Look at his
because it's ruining his potholes. So him and his mates have got together and they've made it happen to fill in the potholes, which I think is quite good, because you think, you know, if it's affecting their livelihood, affecting them driving, why not do it themselves?
In all seriousness, I almost ended up in court with Jaguar over this about 3 years ago, and it was causing £2,000 of damage to my car by going down. It's a pedestrian safety system, too technical to explain here and now, but it is a serious problem. It's causing damage. It does cause damage.
Will we not understand it, Aidan?
I just wonder how
it's a gimmick. That's what it was.
I know, because it's a public highway, so therefore, can you legally just do stuff?
Oh, they're probably delighted. Oh, thanks.
Delighted.
Can you go and do a few round the block?
Money, and so Rod's just taken it into his own hands to do it. So,
I mean, I have to say, hats off to him.
Yeah,
I think it's great. He probably really enjoyed it. You know, a bit of man work.
I mean, it's not like he's just employed people to go and do it. He's in there with his shovel.
And his mates. He's probably got a sore back today, though.
Yeah,
the pothole I went over was on the M25, so I didn't really have the option to fill it in. It would have been a bit dangerous, I think.
Honestly, is it? They are a nightmare, potholes. I did.
They just appear, don't they?
2 years ago, I was driving in for an early show and got a puncture in a pothole. Wow. Didn't make the show and waited for 4 hours for someone, because it was on the motorway. Someone has to come and.
I bet you were deflated, weren't you?
I was deflated. And then 2 days later, I just got it all fixed up. 2 days later, driving back from a late shift, so it was 1 o'clock in the morning.
Did it again.
And I got another pothole, and I was sat on the hard shoulder for 8 hours.
Oh, no.
Well, 8 hours.
8 hours.
That would be my biggest fear. Seriously.
Awful.
Oh, no.
What did you do for those 8 hours?
Frozen, because you've got to sort of stand outside the car and all that sort of thing.
No.
It's a pity you didn't have GBNews radio at that time.
Yeah, if we were around then, it would have been good. But it was so when it does that damage to you, it's awful.
Yeah, it's quite a frightening experience. But you find that in London, I find there's just so many roadworks everywhere I'm driving past.
Do you ever see anyone working in them, though?
No.
All the time.
They need to get
So, I mean, I know, ladies, what Stephanie Tetchy just in espresso, she drives round looking for men in high-vis jackets.
Not me.
If you're a white van man this morning, your luck could be in if you're in the London area. Oh, brilliant. Lovely. Aidan, Stephanie, thank you both.
Great to see you.
Guys, good to see you.
I'll tell you what, they brighten up our morning. They really do. That is it from us, but stay tuned, because up next, everything you need to know, which is political, and of course all linked to Ukraine as well at the moment. It's the political correction, so don't go anywhere. Let's have a look at the weather for you then, and the UK is looking rather windy, especially in the west, with sunny spells and scattered showers for many. Now, the southwest of England will be windy with coastal gales. There'll be a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers. The showers heavy with possible hail and thunder at times.
The winds will be lighter for southeast England. There'll be some sunny spells, but also some showery rain, which will slowly clear eastwards.
Windy for you in Wales, especially along those western coasts. There'll be sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly thundery at times.
There'll be bright or sunny spells for most across the Midlands today. The odd shower is also possible, which could be heavy. It'll be rather breezy, but the winds are gradually easing.
Now for northeast England, mostly dry. The odd shower, though, can't be ruled out. There'll be some bright or sunny spells, and the southerly winds will make it feel quite pleasant.
On the western coast of Scotland, it's going to be windy and a bit breezy. Elsewhere, there's going to be some sunny spells, especially in the east. There'll be a few showers, these most frequent in the west.
It's going to be windy across Northern Ireland, especially around the coast. Outbreaks of showery rain are likely, mainly in the west, with some sunny spells possible if you're in the east.
More persistent rain is likely in the southeast later. As you can see there, while the showers tend to ease elsewhere along with the wind. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of today.
Hello, I'm Alastair Stewart, and I'd invite you to join me at noon on Saturdays and Sundays for Alastair Stewart and Friends. I've been in this business for over 40 years. And now, here at GB News, I've never been happier. I get to choose the big stories that really interest me. We hear what you have to say, and you hear what I have to say. I really hope you can join me. Noon on Saturdays and Sundays.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to